I getting through to you?
I had to beat off. They're genius. They get it better than these guys that are looking at stuff.
Biden is the living embodiment of the corrupt political class. You know the expression? You know the expression? They come after us from every angle. They're after us. And we're here, and they're not. They come after us from every angle. Eurasia. Free health care for illegal look. Illegal look. Illegal look. Eurasia. To me, Corona means Italy. Free health care for illegal look. Legal, look.
I'm so glad we finally got that cue. Thank you, Can't Stop Lying. How's everybody doing? All right.
Legal, look. Legal, look. Burmese. The Burmese executives. So this Burmese, they say, pronounce it Burmese. Legal, look.
I'm sorry. Okay. All right, I'll stop. I'll stop. Oh, God. How are you? Welcome, everybody. So Trump is getting a sunburn today, and before he did his speech, he had this little panic attack on Fox News where, well, I guess technically anybody who was filming, because they do these little press gaggles as he's walking. Hey, everybody in Delaware. How are you? How's everybody? What was that? Sarah, how are you? Audio girl Jen. Today was huge. Effing voted today, and it was a huge fucking voter suppression nightmare. Really? I am interested in details. Howdy. Yes. Daily Dose of Haldol. Hi, everybody over at Facebook. Thank you guys for starting to use the stars. It's a lovely thing that you can support the show since you guys have been, riding free. Down there in the comment section, there's a little star next to the smiley face and the GIF and the little thing that you can send. If you hit that little star, you can donate to the show by giving stars. So there you go. Thank you for that. Hi. And of course, over on Twitch, the way you help is subscribing. And if you're an Amazon Prime member, you can subscribe for free. It doesn't cost you anything and it benefits the show. And then, of course, we say Amazon Prime doesn't cost you a dime. And then you can send bits, which are cheers. That you cheer for me if you think I'm doing a worthwhile job. I mean, no pressure, but for God's sake, who has hunted down all of these those moments that we've no one would have brought these up. Seriously. Thanks, Nancy, for the stars. Thanks, Heidi. There you go. Oh, it's a hype train. Huge lines in Illinois, first day of voting. I think everybody's excited. I think if they don't get a chance, this is one of those situations where people are going to come back. Do my Bobcat impersonation again? I will at some point. Okay. It's a solid one. I mean, it is. I could make a living just renting it out from Bobcat and touring as him. Yeah. Really, Jenny? I've seen little, pieces of this. Let's just jump right into this piece and just go.
Can you give us the latest on?
And he's being asked some questions at the airport, which is the only place he hangs out.
A stimulus talk.
Yeah, we're having talks today. We're discussing it today very solidly. We'll see what happens.
Have you talked with Leader
Nancy
McConnell?
Pelosi at this moment does not want to do anything that's going to affect the election, and I think it will affect the election negatively for her. So we'll see what happens, but there are talks going on as we speak.
Have you talked
Yeah, we know. So here's what the talks are. The Democrats have a bill they've already passed, the HEROES Act. It's ready to go. It's about 2.2 to 2.6 trillion, and basically the Republicans are the ones holding it up. Trump's big deal-making entree into this nonsense is by saying go big or go home, pulling out and then getting back in and then saying more. And he even, I don't know if he says it in this one, but in a couple of these, the tip jar is there. It's over there. It's over there. And we had a little Zoltan thing. I don't know what happened to that. That's a weird little graphic. There it is. Yay. He says he wants a bigger stimulus than she does. And do you think that's the problem with the Democratic negotiations on this? Does anyone believe that Nancy Pelosi is trying to make less money go out the door to help people during the pandemic? Does anybody actually believe that?
Leader McConnell?
I don't want to comment on that. But the Republicans
I don't want to comment on Leader McConnell because he's actually the person holding this up.
come along.
President, why did you criticize Dr. Fauci? Does it have anything to do with his high standing in public sentiment?
No, I think really Dr. Fauci's a very nice man, but we let him do what he wants to do. He gets a lot of television. He loves being on television, and we let him do it. Sometimes he...
No, you don't. The whole thing is that he's been denied the ability to have interviews. That's the pushback here.
says things that are a little bit off, and they get built up, unfortunately.
No, they're a little off, are they? Coming from the king of a little off.
But he's a nice guy. I like him. But he's called a lot of bad calls. He said, don't wear a mask. And he said, don't.
He didn't say don't wear a mask. We didn't have enough masks to go around. So he was basically saying stay home.
Ban China. They were bad calls. He admits that. And I don't hold that against him. If I did, I wouldn't have him. No, I think he's a nice guy. Huh?
Huh?
I don't want to hurt him. He's been there for about 350 years. I don't want to hurt him.
You don't want to hurt him. Thanks for the Venmo. Who is that? That's somebody just... Oh, thanks, Mary.
Well, they used to say don't wear a mask. So, you have people on both sides of it. But I'm okay.
No, there aren't. No, there aren't. Wear a mask. You just wear a mask. Like, there's settled science on this. You can't go back... Like, the original beliefs about any disease, if you're just going to stick to the confusion that started... Okay, there used to be confusion about which way you should turn your front tires when entering a skid. In the beginning of cars, when not all cars behave the same way, and people didn't have, modern transmissions and all kinds of stuff. There was a little bit of back and forth. We should turn into the skid. No, you should turn away from the skid. I mean, what kind of an asshole turns into someplace they don't want to go? Right? In your head, that happens. Who gives a shit what that back and forth was like if you know now to turn into the skid? You know what I'm saying? What kind of an asshole keeps going back to when you didn't know? This is a man who wears a diaper. So, if we're going to go back to some people say, just go ahead and shit your pants. Others get a lollipop if you sit on the little potty. There's good people on both sides.
Excuse me.
Thanks, Norman.
I'm okay with masks. I like it. I think
I'm okay with them. I'm okay with masks. Thank you, patrons. By the way, we crested over 400. I appreciate it. We're getting close to the 500 goal. It's coming. I know it is. Patreon.com/HalSparks.
Good. A lot of people like it. This gentleman has done an incredible job in Arizona, and he's taken a very tough stand, but he's let his economy grow. And frankly, if they would have done that in Michigan and various other places where the governors...
He had to shut it down again because they had a huge spread.
Shut it down.
What
for
are you
everybody
talking about? Seriously.
Except for a husband. His attitude, they had a spike, and he let the spike play, and they were careful, and now your state is really in great shape. Thank you, Mr. President.
He did not let the spike play.
Thank you. So proud of
Chief
you.
of Staff
Go, you guy, your buddy there, drunk again.
said today that there'll be a lawsuit filed on Section 230 on the tech company.
Who said that? Who said that?
Mark Meadows said that as soon as today there could be a lawsuit filed.
I don't really know Mark Meadows. He gets me coffee occasionally, but he's kind of a Democrat.
Well-
I don't know. We'll see what happens. We're looking at that very strongly.
You know, they've been given great protection, and when they take down people like Charlie Kirk, you know, Charlie Kirk is a terrific person, and
No, he's an asshole, and beyond just being a jerk, and conceptually being on the wrong side of history on a bunch of things, his comprehension of concepts is probably the greatest flaw in his entry into the Twitter sphere and his involvement in social media and his obviously involvement with Trump campaign. Like, you do realize when he tweets something out about it, this is outrageous because blah blah blah. You're talking to a person who is arguing for letting children play in the street. You know, and it's hard to grasp why he doesn't grasp the idiocy of his argument. That's the problem with Charlie Kirk.
I just heard that he was taken down.
Yeah, he wasn't just taken down. They didn't get tired of his name.
How can you take down Charlie Kirk? He's mainstream, conservative, but
No, he
solid as a rock. He
No, he isn't.
represents a point of view, and he's putting up something from the New York Post, which is a respected newspaper. I'll tell you.
Yeah, okay, you lost me there. A respected newspaper. The reporters who worked on it didn't want to put their name on the story.
But the biggest winner in this whole thing is a newspaper called the New York Post, the oldest paper in our country. So what they have done is to really, I'm very proud of them.
Was the New York Post owned by Rupert Murdoch originally?
A lawsuit, or is the campaign?
The Washington Post has been a storied paper for a very long time, well before it was purchased by Jeff Bezos.
You'll be seeing very soon. You don't understand. I understand well. You don't understand, and you never have understood.
That settles it. That whatever that was.
Going to be a repeat of 2016?
I think so. I think we'll do better than 2016. We're way ahead of where we were in 2016, and I've done things that nobody's
No, he isn't.
ever done. We built the greatest economy in the world, and we're building it rapidly again. If you look at Arizona, you look at the job they've done, and I'm just leaving other states. Every one of these Republican-run states are doing phenomenally. The Democrat-run states are not, but they're not going to affect our numbers very much. I think they're going to open up on November 4th. They'll be opening up on November 4th.
Yeah, but Biden's going to shut down the whole country as soon as he gets in.
And by the way, the fact that Kristen Welker is, a dyed-in-the-wool, radical left Democrat or whatever she is, okay, then ask, why are you defending her? Then ask.
Why are you defending her? Because they're members of the press. They know her well. They know she's a decent person. She's not a dyed-in-the-wool radical lefty.
Why did she delete her account? Would you please have her put her account?
I'm going to guess death threats from psychos on your end.
Back. And you know what? It's not going to affect. I know you want to stick up. It's not going to affect me. I'm going to be there. But, I told you about
I'm going to be there. Jesus Christ. We're getting back into Fat Elvis.
the last one, and I was right. And I told you about Savannah Guthrie, and I was right. And I'm telling you about Kristen Welker. Kristen Welker should put all of her statements back on. She deleted her entire account. She shouldn't do that. With what?
The what?
Later be able to turn off the mic? Is that what
I have no idea. I'm doing this. What am I doing to prepare? I'm doing this.
I'm doing this. More of these. More of these. I mean, the dude is David Brent.
I've done very well in debates, and you do what you do. You just do what you do.
Yeah, you do what you do when you do what you do as you do it. Doobie doobie doo. Seriously.
Last debate I had 2-on-1. I usually have 2-on-1 at least. and I did well on the last debate, and we did well with Savannah Guthrie based on reports. But
That
all you
wasn't
can
a
do
debate.
is,
That was
look,
a- that was a
you know,
town
you
hall.
go around, we
That was a town hall. It wasn't a debate.
do interviews with you. This is like, I call this debate prep. This is actually tougher than a debate, if you want to know the truth.
Will you do the testing before the debate, and will you authorize
Say it?
will you do the testing before the debate, and will you
testing?
yes, the COVID testing, and will you authorize your doctors to tell us when
Sure,
you
I would have
tested
no
last?
problem with it.
Negative.
I'm not only am I free, positive, or whatever, what would you call it? I'm totally free, right? Not only am I free, I'm immune, they say. They say if you've had it, you're immune. Now the question is, are you immune for 4 months or for the rest of your life? That's the only thing.
No, the question is, at your age, does it matter? Once you've caught it, will you get long hauler syndrome and have all the other ancillary inflammation and immune responses related to it? And will that monoclonal antibody cocktail that you had, that injection, that hour-long infusion that you had before they took you to Walter Reed, that was in a small test, will that actually make it worse? Could it trigger an autoimmune disorder because your body can't handle it?
We don't know.
Will you authorize
Yeah, which strain did he have? They haven't said.
your doctors to tell you when you test?
I mean the problem is the information coming out of there, half the people are like, this asshole had another stroke. And he's lying and calling it COVID.
Negative last before the
Sure,
last
is that
debate.
very important to you? You
Yes,
seem
sure
to
it
be
is.
so intent. But if it's so important to you, why is it so important to you?
Because we want to know how long
I know,
you may
but why?
have been.
Why?
We want to know if you followed the rules.
I know, but why is it so important to
Will
you?
you authorize your
Look at
doctors
the
to release
dedication.
that
Yeah, my
information?
doctors have already given it. You know, my doctors have given more information than has been given on any human being in the history of the world.
Yeah, that's just obviously not true and weird. But obviously the answer is, we want to know when your first negative test, your last negative test was, because that tells us how long you went between testing and who might have been exposed and whether those people were exposed to COVID and caught it from you during that time.
You authorize that, Mr. President.
Campaign strategy seems to be to call Biden a criminal. Why is that?
He is a criminal. He's a criminal. He got caught, read his laptop, and you know who's a criminal? You're a criminal for not reporting it. You are a criminal for not reporting it.
Yeah, it's criminal what's going on here. These people are crooks.
Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you what, buddy.
Joe Biden is a criminal, and he's been a criminal for a long time, and you're a criminal in the media for not reporting it. Good luck, everybody. Have a good time.
And it came into the window, and the sound of a crescendo. Joe Biden is a smooth criminal. Speak diggy wiggadoomba, shikaboomba. Honestly, they should play Smooth Criminal at the end of his, like, as dumb as his song choices at the end of stuff. They should, in an attempt to draw attention to the Biden story, start playing Smooth Criminal on the way out. At least the Village people, they've been ignoring their cease and desist, but Michael's dead, so. Yeah. Hand job, hand job. Hand jobby, hand job. Oh, by the way, he took a helicopter to this one, not Air Force 2, and hand job. And he did not block out the time for the exit to stage, because it's right over there. So they basically did this giant like flyby with this guy, and then they circled it. They're basically just showing off the stuff, like, give him a big thrill, fly by with the thing. And and the song's way too long. So instead of waiting to get out of the plane at the second, or the helicopter, like well after the second verse, who pays for the helicopter? We do. He just has to wander around till the song's over. See this? Like, it's still going. He just, like he's just finishing up. Like he was just, Jeannie, I will look. Hold on. Yes, it did. Thank you.
Hello, Prescott. Hello, Prescott, I better speak fast. This sun is hot. This sun is hot.
Yeah, buddy. Stand back here and let me look at you, you sexies.
So did anybody notice, I'm sure you didn't, that we flew right over you, right?
Yeah, it was like a Kim Jong-un ride at Epcot.
We have the greatest pilots and the greatest equipment anywhere in the world. I said, I wonder if there'd be any danger. No, sir, don't worry. Pwah.
Yeah, it scared him.
And then flying over, I noticed something, right? I saw this crowd, and then I saw a crowd bigger than this over there trying to get in. Can you believe it? Let him in. Let him in.
Yeah, he's supposed to pay for all this stuff. He's not doing it.
Let him in. They're coming in. Just let them in. I thought we could wait. Would you like to wait about an hour as they peel in? Do you have speakers back there, please? All right. You know, the fake news, they never report this stuff, right? Right? And they don't. Sleepy Joe Biden yesterday had 7 people, and then they say he's tied in the polls in Pennsylvania. You know, no, I don't know. There's something going on here. There's something phony going on.
Yeah, all of his people aren't at a rally. They've listened to his words and made up their mind, and they've looked at policies. They're grown-ups. They're not having these weird Branch Davidian, like Jim Jones pineapple farm gatherings.
So, you know, the votes are coming in, and they're
He's
very
in Prescott, Arizona.
Inclined to be with us. I don't know if you see, you know, early voting.
All right.
Because our people like to go out and vote, right? They like to vote. They like to vote, and it's incredible what's happening. So the early votes are coming in a lot of areas, and they're starting to get a little bit nervous on the other side. In Michigan, we're leading the early vote. We're supposed to be at 20%, and then we catch them, right, in the final day. It's like a racehorse. No. It's going to be very big. You don't have events like this and you come in second in Arizona, okay? You don't do that. You don't say.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. There's millions of people in the state. And most of those people, and a lot of those people, if not most of them, aren't from Arizona.
I don't like saying, let's leave.
And if you don't believe me, watch the right side media people who just talk endlessly at the openings, right from the gate opening, and they interview people who are in the lines, and they're all like, it's constant, like, where are you from? We drove in from South Dakota, we're so excited, and like, okay, they've been at the last 4.
Now, goodbye, you 25, 40,000, whatever the hell number of people. Goodbye, everybody. Oh, we're in second place in Arizona. You know, I don't think so. No, we're in first place in Arizona. But you know, these fake people back here, the press, the media, they're fake. And
they're just fake? They're just fake? They don't exist? Are they cardboard cutouts? If I was in the media on his detail, I'd put up a cardboard cutout like they're fake, and then I just want them to turn around and cut, and it's just a bunch of reporters, just cardboard cutouts, and they're all back in the helicopter going, screw this. He says the same shit every time.
Same thing happened last time, only worse. It was crazy. And last time I never did it before, so I believed him. And then what happened is we had the day, and I was down in 9 states that I had to win, right? I was down in all 9 on election day, and we won all 9, right? No, they said.
Then I'm sure that's going to work out for you again. I don't know why your voters have to worry. They can all just coast, I guess.
They said this will be a very poor day for Donald Trump. That time, Donald Trump.
And it was. I mean, you won the Electoral College, you lost the popular vote, but you've been miserable every single day since.
Right.
Until you started drinking 3 days ago.
This is going to be a rough day for Donald Trump down in 9 states. End of the evening, then you saw them cry. Remember the guy with also John King? Oh my God. He just won Wisconsin. He just won Michigan. He just won Arizona. He just won Pennsylvania. What's going on? No, they were not having a good day. They were not having. This is going to be even better, I think. I mean,
because you can count on Jill Stein.
The only difference is the big risk is they sent out tens of millions of these unsolicited ballots. And we're trying to find out, who do they send them to? When do they send them? Where do they send them? Who sends them back? Some of these governors say, you don't need signature verification. Why would you need a thing like that? No signature verification.
No, the people, and again, he constantly says this. The signature verification thing that he's trying to push in Nevada and other places, and then he brings this up all the time. I want to be abundantly clear about this. All electoral systems in all 50 states verify your signature on the ballot. The difference is they don't have to have somebody witness you sign it when you send it off. Having someone else in the house or wherever you are watch you sign it and then sign it themselves, like a cheap notary public. That's what he's talking about. Nevada verifies your signature against the signature from your application when you signed up to vote. The one that's on your driver's license, most likely. But if you don't have a driver's license, then whenever you register to vote, it matches that signature. And if it doesn't match, they do what's called curing the ballot. They call you up and they go, hey, we got your ballot. Your signature looks funny. Did you sign this? Did you fill this out? Yeah. Can't Stop Lying saying he's in Nevada. It's signed and signature will be verified at the county. He is lying. They all do big signature verification. They just don't have to have a second person, because in a pandemic, the idea of you having a neighbor come over just to watch you sign your own ballot is ridiculous.
In some cases, you don't need a signature. Why would you need a thing like that?
Everybody signs their ballot.
No, they found 50,000 in a river.
No, they didn't.
Found 53,000 in a creek.
Is somebody just testing whether ballots float or something?
They found many in a garbage can. They happened to be from the military. Many of them, they were in
Many? How many? How many? You mean 7? The other 2 were for Biden, it seems. And they weren't in a garbage can. They were slid down the table.
Garbage can, they found them. And they all had the name Trump on. Isn't that shocking? They were military, all in favor of Trump, and they found him in a garbage can. I got to tell you, that's the only thing I'm concerned about. Mm-hmm. And we have law enforcement watching every one of them. But they have, and you have to watch them too.
Yeah, everybody in a red hat. Go down and hang out at polling places all day long in the sun in Arizona.
15 days from now, we're going to win the state of Arizona, and we're going to win 4 more years in the White House.
Okay, we're getting to the teleprompter now.
Everybody needs to get out and vote. Return your absentee ballot today, or vote early in person as soon as you can.
Is there a problem, potential heat stroke that's added on top of the drunkenness?
And when is that starting, when does that start? Now? Now! Get out now, right? I like that better. Bah.
Bah. Bah.
You always get this, but yeah.
Yep. Every time they say that, he's like, yeah, 4 more years. Oh, shit. I have to do this for 4 more years. And his face always goes to, he starts shaking his head as soon as they say it. Now he's just bobbing his head with them saying stuff because the noise is with him. But watch his first reaction. They'll do it again.
Your state is doing great. You have a great governor, as you know, and your state is doing great.
So great.
With a pandemic. They're getting tired of the pandemic, aren't they? Getting tired of the pandemic.
Who's they?
You turn on CNN, that's all they cover. COVID, pandemic, COVID. You know why? They're trying to talk everybody out of voting. People aren't buying at CNN, you dumb bastards. They're not buying it.
Jesus Christ. Okay, look how excited they get when he calls CNN dumb bastards, but he doesn't mean it as a slam. He's just an angry, grumpy old fart. You know what I mean? It's not like, you sons of bitches. It's just like, you dumb bastards, I can't.
That's all they talk about.
That's all they talk about. Yeah, so what? 225,000 people dead and they won't shut up about it.
I watch this guy's got lousy ratings. Fredo, you know Fredo? Got horrible ratings. He's talking about the pandemic. That's all they talk about, you know?
Yeah, he actually had it too.
I don't know. He said
You have to sign your ballot when voting in person. No, because usually either show your ID or your address or whatever to get your ballot itself.
he had it. I'm not sure he had it. He went to the basement. It's the only time his ratings were up. People wanted to see what was going to happen. He'll probably get it again, even though in theory you're not supposed to be able to. Well, I had it, and they say you're not going to catch it again, and that's okay with me.
They don't say that.
That's okay with me.
They say officially they don't know.
Oh, were they happy when they heard I had it, right? Did you see it? Oh, that was... They were trying, well, we hope he gets better. we hope he gets better soon. And then I came out and I did a rally, and they said, this guy hasn't changed. Actually, I'm not saying, I don't know if this is a compliment. They said he looks better now than before he had it. What's that all about? What's that?
No one said that. As a matter of fact, the green screen videos you were doing from the White House, while they, were first pumping you up on dexamethasone, you looked gray and shitty.
Who knows?
And he sounds like he's had a series of strokes.
If you have it, you have it. You get better.
Hey,
but
Sal.
we have great therapeutics. I took something.
When he says Fredo, he means Chris Cuomo.
Regeneron, which we're making available to everybody free. But to me,
free.
it was a cute.
It's not free. It's not free. The taxpayer pays for it. Socialized medicine is what he would normally call it.
It wasn't a pen. It wasn't a therapeutic. To me, it was a cure. I took it.
He was about to say it wasn't a pandemic.
I feel so great. I will tell you that. I don't like to admit that, but for a long time, and I didn't feel too great. And when you're president, you have a lot of doctors checking you out, right? I told the story last night. We went, by the way, these rallies, they're unbelievable. And I like this better. Remember, we're outside. They all want us to be outside, They're all wanting us to be outside. And these are outdoor rallies. And we can hold more people than we can in the arenas. These are the biggest rallies. These are the biggest rallies ever had in history by a political candidate.
No.
Don't say that.
That's not even true of when we had fewer people in the country.
No, it's great. It's great.
No, it's great.
But I took it, and
So
it was
good.
incredible.
Thanks.
Incredible. And I was out. I took it. I felt like Superman. The next morning, I woke up. I said, let me at him.
Yeah. The story about him saying he wanted to tear his shirt open and show the Superman thing, yeah, that's true. That's why he's drunk and telling this story. By the way, they didn't let it happen because they were concerned that he would try to rip his shirt open and not be able to break the buttons.
With your vote, we will continue to cut your taxes and regulations to maintain
Oh, somebody had
your energy independence, strengthen our military, support our great police, protect our Second Amendment, which is under siege.
Not under siege.
Defend our borders, arrest
He would have come out with a dress shirt with a Superman shirt under it and gone, "Gah, I wasn't really going to do it."
criminals and confirm more judges to uphold the rule of law. We have a record number of judges. You see that? A record number of federal judges, and we have a great one right now. Hopefully gets approved next week. Amy, under my leadership, prosperity will surge.
Amy, what? You mean Judge Barrett? I love how it sounds like she's a chick he went to middle school with.
Patriotism will soar. Optimism will boom. The pandemic will soon end. It's rounding the corner. They hate it when I say it.
Yeah, because it's a lie.
I always like to say about Europe and this and that. Really? Oh, really? How they doing? How they doing?
Yeah, they had lockdowns. They started to open them up, and then they had an outbreak. It's really hard to contain. That's the point.
I'll tell you what, and we're working with them. We're sending them ventilators. We're sending them everything. But we're rounding the turn. We're going to have the vaccine. But
Yes, Jill Stein saw her shadow. She's,
without it. And it's happening soon, by the way. It would even happen sooner if we didn't have these characters on the other side, the Democrats that are running all these failed cities. The Democrats are running your failed cities. You know that, right? And states. But if they weren't talking, because they don't want it to be, you know, they don't want it to be successful. I really mean it. But ultimately, it's going to all come together because it was coming together, and then we got hit by the China plague. We were going to all be well unified. People were calling me that you would have never expected. It was coming together because of success, and then we got hit by the plague.
Yeah, successful impeachment.
We closed up, which we did a great thing. We saved 2 million lives or more. 2 million lives. We did a great job. We never got credit for it. We helped all of the states and
I
the
love how
governors.
he's still talking about it in past tense.
Some did a good job, some did a horrible job. I'll tell you who they are one day. Do I have the all-time great book? I have the real book, right?
Yeah, please. Write a book yourself. Honest to God, I mean, that could be a TV show I would actually watch. Donald Trump tries to meet his deadline.
But like a lot of these other people, I don't like writing books while I'm running. I don't like writing books while we're in office because you don't do that. Normal
Yeah, most don't.
life will rapidly return. That's what we want. Normal. Go take us back
7 months, right.
And next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country. That's what's going to happen.
Sure.
And we're going to cut your taxes. This guy's going to raise your taxes.
John Mahoney says, wow, HalSparks Fox News passed on the Hunter Biden story due to credibility concerns. Yeah.
By 4 times. Think of it. And now he's saying, well, maybe I won't take away the tax cuts because he said, we're going to end the Trump tax cuts. They said, well, it's going to ultimately be $8,000 a family.
For everyone over $400,000.
He said, well, maybe.
They're going to establish a different tax standard. It won't be yours. The $1,000 income, the child tax credit, that's going to stay the same.
We won't end him. That doesn't sound so good. Look, he's gonzo, folks. He's gone. He has no idea. And the people that are running that party are radical, far-left maniacs, and you can't let this. This is the most important election in the history of our country. This is an election that's a choice between a Trump recovery at the highest end or a Biden depression. You're going to have, with what he's going to
depression, like nobody, like 29 probably.
Do with regulations, what he's going to do with taxes. Every company that came in from Europe, from Asia, every company is going to leave as soon as I'll tell you what, even the thought of it. As an example, Foxconn. Foxconn in Wisconsin, incredible company. It makes a lot of the Apple equipment stuff, right? The phones, the iPhones, the iPads.
Yeah.
Incredible company.
In China.
They don't like the Democrat governor. They don't want to spend the money. They want to come in and spend a lot of money. They don't like the possibility that a Sleepy Joe could get in. They don't want to invest billions of dollars in having those policies. So they pull back. If Trump gets in, they will spend billions and billions and
You did get in. You've been in. There is no Foxconn.
billions, not your state, but Wisconsin, probably your state too. Billions of dollars.
Yeah,
but
why not? I mean, there's going to be a Foxconn factory in Arizona, sure.
Them, they're unhappy when they see this Democrat kind of leadership, or even the chance that it is. So when
yeah, that's what it is. That's what's keeping them out. It's not that you're a shitty businessman and you faked a deal that didn't exist.
you see what Foxconn does in Wisconsin, okay? Different place, but wait till you see. If we win,
yeah, wait, you just wait. There's what I said about it's going to be awesome, it is going to be awesome, just not this time. They're going to open their factory right after my health care plan comes out.
Make an investment the likes of which our country has rarely seen before. But this is all a choice between getting a safe
get back to the teleprompter.
Vaccine or really a lockdown. You know, Biden wants to lock it down. He wants to listen to Dr. Fauci. He wants to listen to Dr. Fauci.
Yes, that's a feature, not a bug. That's a good thing. What are you talking about? Fauci's on your team. He's the one who's been advising you. What he won't listen to Scott Atlas, your stroke physician, who's on burnt toast watch?
And don't forget, Dr. Fauci, what he said is, no, don't close it to China. I said, I'm sorry, doctor, you're a wonderful man. And he is a nice man. You're a wonderful man, I'm closing it. I saved thousands of lives. He admitted that 2 months later.
We're back to smelt
2 months
later,
later,
you think?
And Dr. Fauci said, don't put on masks. You see the thing. And now he says, put on masks. And they say, he's a wonderful guy. And he is a wonderful guy. I like him. He just happens to have a very bad arm. He has a bad arm, but he's a good guy.
You mean pitching, throwing out the first pitch? Is that what that was? Was that his impersonation? Is there footage of Trump throwing out the first pitch? I mean, I remember, hold on. I think a lot of us actually remember Trump having that little gathering of the Little League. The Little League champions. Remember that? Like, that's such a it's so weird. Let's see if I have these. Yeah, you guys remember when he had over these people, the kids. I mean, the dude is a master athlete. We know this. So there he is. And there he is. This is a good one too. I think this is probably one of the single best. That's a pro, man. What you do. There you go. There's the follow through. I don't know if he's trying to shoot a basket. He wasn't catching it. And then he was like, woo, I killed it. Look at me. Burp. This is a good look. Trump 2020, making baseball great again. There's, yeah, this is another one too. This is a good picture. I'm throwing the ball at the lady. Oh, so much fun that we have today. Flagging, catching, the flaggy flagging. And the lady bloig. This is a good one. Boy. Tell me again about Dr. Fauci not having a good arm. Please remind me again. I'll give. Yeah. I mean, come on. This guy's talking shit about Fauci throwing. I mean,
he's a good guy. A lot of our people don't like him. I like him. You have to understand him. He's a promoter. What can I tell you? And it's
he's
a choice.
Promoter. He's not an epidemiologist with decades of experience. He's a promoter. He opens clubs. Like most of his friends are DJs. That's the thing about Fauci.
In the American dream, or
hangs out with bands.
Totally socialist nightmare. That's what you'll have. You'll be a socialist country. And I said, our country will never be a socialist country. We're not going to let it happen. We'll be destroyed. Okay, well, yeah, we're not a socialist country. We're not going to be. We're a capitalist country. We're going to stay that way. And most of the programs, we've talked about this before, but most of the programs people assume are socialist in this country are largely just democratic taxation. But his fixation on that word and his followers' fixation on that word is fairly hilarious. Country, we're not going to let it happen.
This is the tail end. We'll be destroyed.
Joe Biden has made a corrupt bargain. By the way, he's made many corrupt bargains if you've been reading.
I don't have to read it. I watched Rudy Giuliani's podcast. Holy shit.
All shut down again. Can you believe it? He's going lid. You know lid means? Lid means a politician goes into, I guess, a garbage can or something. Put the lid. They put the lid on it, right? I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's something else. It sounds... No, there's an expression they kept saying. Sir, the vice president, our vice president, Pence, is working his ass off, I'll tell you. He's all over the place. He's great. Did he do a good job against Kamala?
Kamala.
If that were a fight, they would have stopped it. Now, Pence...
It only took him like 4 frigging days. Oh, did I get called to do push-ups or him? Did somebody... Oh, yeah, somebody had that doing. I will do them at the end of the show. Remind me.
It's great. But they put the lid on it. Every day you wake up. Where's Biden today? Sir, he's lit it out. He's lit it out. What does that mean? That means he's going to stay in the basement all day. But I think today he's staying in the basement to talk to his lawyers. They caught him cold. They caught him cold. I'll tell you something, and I mean this.
This thing doesn't have a steady bottom
lucky
on it, so it's actually a good
we have
That's
in
nice.
our country, and they don't appreciate, a wonderful human being and the most fair Attorney General of the United States. Because I know people that would have had him locked up 5 weeks ago.
We have the most fair.
Bill Barr is a very...
Yeah, Bill Barr is totally fair, guys. If there's anything we could say about Bill Barr, it's that he's fair. It's that it's a matter of fairness. That, oh yeah, you know, fair. He does what's fair.
Very nice man and a very fair man, and they have no idea because somebody else would have taken that thing and all the crap and corruption. He's been a corrupt politician for a long time, this guy. And in many ways, it doesn't make some of us happy, but in many ways, Bill Barr is a wonderful human being and a very fair person. And he's not
it doesn't make some of us happy that Bill Barr is a wonderful human being and a fair person. What? I mean, basically he's making the argument that it's very upsetting that Bill Barr isn't as corrupt as we would like him to be. Bill Barr is a total Trump sycophant. He just knows, you know, where they can fudge the law and where they can't. And this is such a steaming pile of bullshit, he won't go anywhere near it.
That wants to hurt people. Just remember that. I say it and I say it once. Just remember it, because I get angry too. But just remember it. He's a very fair man. And in many ways, and especially in that position, there's something very nice about it. Okay? So what can I say?
There's the argument. I get mad at Bill Barr because he won't press charges illegally against, hey, Gonzo, he already name-checked you. Trump already called you Biden earlier. He was like, Biden is Gonzo, so and therefore, cogito ergo sum, Gonzo is Biden.
Joe Biden has made a corrupt bargain in exchange.
By the way, the corrupt bargain thing is supposed to make it sound biblical and satanic. I made a corrupt bargain. They use that languaging in evangelical Christian churches all the time.
For his party's nomination, he has handed control of his whole group over to the socialists, the communists, the Marxists, and the left-wing extremists. You know that.
You know that. That's so true. I don't even have to tell you guys that, everybody.
They're marching up the streets in these Democrat-run cities. You don't see them in the Republican-run cities. They're in charge, and they are calling the shots.
Yeah, because those people don't give a shit. You protest when you actually care.
If elected, Biden will...
Silver Mask, John Jay will be here any minute now. Just hang in there. Come on. You guys can do it. You know it's true. John F. Kennedy Jr. is going to be here any minute. He just missed his connecting flight. He's definitely going to be in on this one.
Delay the therapies. Look, I mean, even the vaccines, they're trying to say, oh, it's no good if Trump has it. It's being done by Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer. I don't...
Wait, Pfizer? Holy shit. The court that had a completely legit subpoena against Carter Page is also working on... You know, I feel better about this already, that if the FISA courts are making them, then criminy.
Even know who these people are, right? If it comes out with Trump...
No, no one knows. Like, it was weird when you suggested Kodak would be making medicine. It's weirder still that the FISA courts, I know he means Pfizer. I know he does. But that doesn't mean we have to give him a break. I mean, come on.
Is that they are willing to demean a vaccine for political purpose. That is that.
Hold on.
I don't even. It's being done by Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer. I don't even know who these people are, right? If it comes out with Trump, how bad is that? They are willing to demean a vaccine for political purposes.
No, they just don't trust you. They think you're cutting too many corners and you're going to release a toxin just to save your ass. It's a completely legitimate belief. And everyone who's spent any time around you who doesn't owe you money, or you don't have compromise on them, or haven't been they haven't been under the control of the Russians, like Ron 4th of July in Moscow Johnson, all know this.
This morning, if it's no, I saw it this morning where a governor who's done a truly poor, thousands, tens of thousands of people have died in his state, Andrew Cuomo, he's done a terrible job. 11,000 people died in a nursing home. He could have put them in the convention center that I built.
Mm-hmm. They were too old to move.
We opened up 2,800 beds. We moved the big hospital ship. It was empty. He could have put them there. He put them back in, infected people back in with our elderly population, knowing that our elderly population is susceptible. Andrew Cuomo, he killed thousands and thousands of people.
So he's a murderer. So basically you're just calling for the death of a governor.
He's probably listened to his brother Fredo. You know Fredo? Fredo. Now it's a shame.
Yeah, you already asked that.
And you know, it's just a shame. But I saw him, he was knocking the vaccine. If the vaccine comes out during the Trump administration, we're not going to use it. It's nothing to do with me.
That's not what he said. He didn't say, if the vaccine comes out during the Trump administration, we're not going to use it. I guarantee he never said those words in that order.
Johnson & Johnson, it's Pfizer, it's Moderna. These are the greatest companies in the world. It has nothing to do with me. We need a vaccine, and when it's ready, it should come out. Already, it could, in my opinion, except for politics, they just don't want it to come out before the election. But
yeah, stupid Pfizer. I mean, they're really just in the pocket of the Dems.
What? I'm the one that did it. This thing wouldn't be here for 2 years, and they're ready to come. But it's a shame. It's a shame when you try and demean something so important for politics. It's a shame. But they'd like to postpone the vaccine, prolong the pandemic, close your schools, shut down your country. We're not doing it. By the way, you have a great governor, the way he did it. You have a great governor.
You mean he opened it up, everybody started getting sick, and they shut it down again?
He's here someplace. We're going to introduce him. Where the hell is the guy? Where's that guy? Don't get up yet. I'll introduce you. You'll have your chance. Don't get too much sunburn. The governor didn't tell me it was going to be this hot out here. Does anybody have a little sunblock? I'd love to use it right now. I'm always preaching to my kids, sunblock, sunblock, and here I am like an idiot, but that's a...
Well, that's a drop worth keeping.
He'll massively raise your taxes, Biden. He's going to raise your taxes. First time I've ever heard of a politician. He's running on raising taxes.
Yeah, it's amazing. Can you imagine that he's beating you by 10 points and he's talking about raising taxes? There must be something to this.
How crazy the world has become. All my life I see politicians, they want to cut your taxes. We're going to cut your taxes. The other guy says, we're going to cut it more. Well, this is an easy one for me then, because we gave you the greatest, biggest tax cut in history. And he's going to give you the biggest tax cut in reverse, because what he's going to end ours, but he's going to give you the biggest tax increase in the history of our country.
That's not true either.
Now think of it. Think of it. Who the hell can win with that platform? And if you listen to these people,
and if he does, how much must you suck?
We're 3 points up in your state, but I don't know. I think, how can you be 3 points up when we have crowds like this and nobody shows up? 3 points.
Probably this.
No, so he wants, so we're cutting your taxes. He's increasing your taxes. Just those two things. Isn't that sort of the end of the election? Now, we can make the case, something's good. It will destroy your 401ks. It will destroy the stock market, which is ready to reach new historic. Can you imagine rounding the turn on the pandemic, and we have the highest stock market we've ever had? Think of this. And some of our numbers are higher than they were. Housing and different things. Some of our numbers are higher than they were even before the pandemic. I mean, it's pretty amazing. You know why?
How much money have you dumped into the economy? And people don't have anywhere to go to spend it, so some of them are saving it and paying off debt. But a lot of people, you just try to cut 700,000 people off food stamps, so it can't be that great.
Because we built such a strong foundation. If we didn't have that strong foundation, this would be a disaster.
You mean the foundation of 8 years of uninterrupted growth from the Obama administration?
To bury you in regulations, outsource your jobs, dismantle your police departments, dissolve our borders. He doesn't want borders. The wall, by the way, is...
Look, I think, we all like Walden books a lot. But borders, I like the multi-floored aspect of it. I love that the kids section is right near the teen reading section or whatever. So if you're shopping for other books, your older kid can watch the younger kid while they're playing with the trains and stuff. It's a nice little thing. Magazines right as soon as you walk in the door. And their knockoff book section isn't just stuff nobody wants to read. It's just they buy bulks of stuff so they can afford to. All right, never mind.
Almost finished. And you have the strongest southern border you've ever had.
Yeah.
He wants to...
Yeah, I don't know if he cares about Hollywood Video.
Confiscate your guns, get rid of your Second Amendment. He wants to ban...
Boo thing that will never happen.
American energy, no fracking. How about that? For a year and a half, he says no fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania. We have 1 million...
This is understand this, that every time he does this, what you are watching is Donald Trump speaking right into Bernie Sanders' face and calling him Joe. That's what's happening.
Jobs, the state is dependent on it. And all of a sudden he says, well, I guess we can fry. And the press doesn't call him because they are more corrupt than Biden himself.
Well, what is there, not at all and not at all plus one?
They want to wipe out your private health care plans. A lot of people have 180 million people have private health care. And they
Tell them, do they have 180 million separate plans?
Love it. They're so happy. And it's all going to disappear. You will be able to go to your local hospital ward and stand in line for 6 weeks when you have a cold or when you have something worse. This is what's going to happen. He wants to terminate your religious liberty.
He starts pitching it in his sentence structure like this is going to be good, and then what he's trying to tell them is that this is going to be bad, and then he has to bail himself out of it. Like that's what that was. That's what we just watched. Listen to this again. Hold on. Tell us the awful story.
And it's all going to disappear. And they love it. They're so happy. And it's all going to disappear. You will be able to go to your local hospital ward and stand in line for 6 weeks when you have a cold or when you have something worse. This is what's going to happen. He wants to terminate your religious liberty.
Crickets.
Destroy the suburbs. They're not
just yell that. That should work.
Your religious liberty. Destroy the suburbs. They're not destroying. They're
not destroying them. They're going to destroy the suburbs.
Regulation.
Okay.
I ended it. You know that? Women of the suburbs, please raise your hands.
Women of the suburbs, please raise your hands.
Okay. Look at that crowd. So women of the suburbs. Look, here's the story. Women of the suburbs. The fake news has been saying the women of the suburbs. They said this last time too. Women don't like Trump. And then they saw 52% voted for Trump, right? I said, why don't they like me? They don't like me. They couldn't give. And then after we won, they said, women came out for Trump. What happened? Women.
Yeah.
I like women. I like women. So anyway, no, but listen.
As much as you like kissing big, powerful men, I'm confused.
Here's the story. They said suburban women. I used to call them suburban housewives. I got killed all the time. I said, oh, I better go politically correct. And I'll bet there's not. Is there one woman here that minds being called, if you're married at least, a suburban housewife? The only one, she wants to be called, she said called. No, the only one that mind are the
He did that same joke yesterday, by the way. Nobody said that.
characters. A lot of people up there.
Unless it's the
press,
same
right?
person.
That's the only one. The rest
Which it
of them
probably is.
But you know what? In keeping with our modern era and being politically correct, so the women of the suburbs. So you have a regulation now that's a disaster. It allows low-income housing to be built right next to your American dream. What ultimately it means is crime.
There's a couple of big NIMBY screams from the back. Boo! Boo! But everybody else is like, there is? What is it? That's been around for a long time. It's been around since the 60s. Isn't really a problem. I mean,
come pouring. And
we're in Arizona. I mean, honestly, there's not much sprawl anyways. I mean, poor people aren't congregating in Phoenix.
You know what? These Antifa people and the radical left, and it is the radical...
Oh, Antifa. Yeah, use your
left.
keywords.
It is the radical left.
That's who was going to kidnap and murder the governor of Wisconsin.
The radical left, the next place they want to hit are the suburbs. They say it all over.
Yeah, the
right?
suburbs of Prescott.
And what I did with the regulation, my people came, and he's great, Ben Carson,
Yeah.
Dr. Ben Carson. He's great. But Ben came to me, sir, I said, I want to get rid of that regulation. It's a horrible regulation, getting worse all the time.
Why don't we just get rid of it?
And
Why
I've
can't
watched
we
it
just
for years.
amend
You've
it?
all watched it, right? Where they
Mr. President, can't we just amend it?
destroy these incredible communities. And Ben said, well, we can really bring it down and make it much more palatable. I said, no, Ben, you know what? That's going to be more controversial. Terminate it. He said, yes, sir, we terminated it. You have no more regulation. Now, if sleepy, crazy, crooked Joe gets in, I don't know. He shouldn't be allowed to run, frankly. If that were me, they wouldn't allow me to run. If that were me. Can you imagine if Don Jr. had the problems of Where's Hunter?
Yeah, I can imagine that. I can imagine. I mean, I watched it on the RNC. He was coked out of his mind.
Right? Don Jr. Oh, my poor boy. Boy, what that boy's been through. What that guy's been through. I don't know.
Why'd you move from boy to guy?
Ivanka's different. She sort of floats
Why didn't you move from boy to son?
through life. You know, she's pretty amazing, I tell you. She's pretty amazing. And Eric has been great. But they went after my kids, and I restrict them from doing things. I mean, can you imagine the money my kids could be? Dad, let's build a hotel in Saudi Arabia. I restricted them. I said, you can't do anything. Let's go build
till after we leave office. You can start the deals though.
a couple of hotels in name any place in the world. Well,
Yeah, dude, name any place but Saudi Arabia right now, Captain Brain Fart. What?
have them, right? And
just name them. Hold on one second. This is
in Saudi Arabia. I restricted them. I said, you can't do anything. Let's go build a couple of hotels in name any place in the world. We'll have them, right? And you know all the money that Biden's raising? He did $350 million. I would be, Doug, the greatest I'd make Doug look like a bad fundraiser. I would be the greatest fundraiser in history. All I have to do is call up the head of every Wall Street firm, head of every major company, head of every major energy company. Do me a favor, send me $10 million for my campaign. Yes, sir. They say the only thing is, why didn't you ask for more, sir? I would take in more money, but you know what? I don't want to do that because
if I make those calls, they'll say piss off.
If I do that, I'm totally compromised because when they call me, you know, you're a loyal person, and what happens is, hey, you know, you'll do
it's
things.
just out of loyalty. It's just like, oh yeah, you scratched my back. Sheldon Adelson just gave him $76 million. So basically, he's just telling you that money that Sheldon Adelson gave him he's on the hook for it.
Or a lot more money. So when the press says, and we're raising a lot of money, we're raising a lot of small money, a lot of 61, 62. No Republicans ever done that. But when I start calling, I would
be 61, 62. What's that? The average donor, $61, $62. Is that what he's saying?
The greatest fundraiser in history. Don't forget, I'm not bad at that stuff anyway, and I'm president.
Yeah, you are.
So I call some guy, the head of Exxon. I'm president.
Wait.
So I call some guy, the head of Exxon. I call the head of Exxon. I don't know, but I'll use a couple. Hi, how you doing? How's energy coming? When are you doing the exploration? Oh, you need a couple of...
The exploration.
Permits.
I don't know.
Okay, but I call the head of Exxon. I say, I'd love to send me $25 million for the campaign. Absolutely, sir. Why didn't you ask? Would you like some more? And if I make the call, now if people make the call, it's different, but if I made the call, I will hit a home run every single call. I would raise $1 billion.
Okay, so this is what he's telling us. His people, his campaign has been reaching out to big time donors, especially in the energy sector, and saying you need to kick some money in. And what he's hearing back from Don Jr. and Eric and Laura and everybody at the campaign who's making these kiss-ass phone calls is that they're getting big no's from everybody. And what he's saying in his little drunken stupor is that if he made those calls, they'd give it to him.
$1 in one day if I wanted to. I don't want to do that.
But I don't want to do it.
I want to do it. I put in a lot of money when I ran originally. I put in a lot of money into this campaign. My
yeah, not necessarily
campaign, and I never thought it was appreciated. They'd never give me credit for it. But I gave up my salary. I gave up. So the president's paid. No, but
the Secret Service and the government pay more money at his properties than, they're the only thing keeping him afloat, for one. But, again, 324 years of presidential salary has been spent at his properties.
Nobody ever talks about it.
In 3 years.
Every month, this sleeve.
And he gives a portion of it. They've shown, checks where he's given, $100,000, and he gives all of it to different agencies or whatever, but they only show one, chunk of it. No.
Not all of them. That guy's a good guy. But you do have a couple of good guys, but not many. But every month they call.
It's because everybody else is leaving, and they just got a camera crew up there. But OAN and those guys are the ones actually standing on the Diaz, the press box.
Has the president given up his check? I don't have to. I'm the only president. They say, maybe I'm wrong. They'll say, 100 years ago somebody else did. I'm the only president that did not accept a salary, which surprised me.
Why didn't you let the Secret Service and the government employees stay at your properties for free when they came through then? That was an order of magnitude more money.
It's $450,000. The only
Yeah, he donates it and writes it off. That's a good point, Gonzo.
reason I mention it is they never talk about it. They never talk about it. But what they do is they call up every month. Did he give up his check? And Kaylee, where's Kaylee? Is she here? Where's Kaylee, our great Kaylee? Where's Kaylee? Kaylee! She's around. Whoa!
What was that whoa about?
Come here, Kaylee.
Yikes.
Wait. So she just recovered from COVID. Can you believe it? Stay away from me, Kaylee. No, Kaylee. Is it true? They call all the time. Did he give up his check, his salary check? And she's always like, okay, they never write about that. If I ever didn't give it up, it would be headlines. Trump refused. These people are the worst. But is that true, Kaylee? Say a couple of words.
Go talking to that while I stand behind you. I'll creep on you. We'll play Hillary in the debate, that game we play.
That is absolutely true, Mr. President. And let me tell you this, guys. With your help, we can beat social media. We can beat the media because we have the greatest fighter in the history of this country in President Donald J. Trump.
I mean, honestly. I mean, beyond the fact, you know, Truman, Lincoln, you're going to go through every president. You're going to say that he's the greatest fighter this country has ever seen when they're talking about margins on trade deals as his primary reason for being in office. I mean, let's start with the first 30 years of presidents in this country, considering there was no guarantee the government would continue to exist at all.
Thanks. She's so great. She is so great.
She's so great, and if she doesn't say stuff like that, you'll all give her death threats, so...
I didn't know she'd be that good. That was good. Sometimes they get people up and they bomb. You know, they bomb.
That's sweet.
She's married to a professional Major League Baseball player. He got lucky. He got lucky.
Ew.
Thanks, Kaylee. But it's true. It's true.
He got lucky.
But I'd be the greatest fun.
What is there some sort of weird marriage lottery?
Of all time. For the last 47 years, Sleepy Joe Biden shipped away your jobs, shut down your factories, threw open your
all by
borders,
himself.
and ravaged
Terrible.
our cities while sacrificing American blood and treasure. In these
He's been
ridiculous,
president for 40 years. As a dictator, isn't it about time we oust him?
endless foreign wars of countries that you've never even heard about, right? You never even heard their name. So sad.
Yes, we knew where Afghanistan was. I've seen Rambo 3. I mean, Iraq, all the Middle Eastern countries were mapped by Gertrude Bell.
They're all coming back, you know that. Joe Biden.
What? Tell us a country that we don't know exists. That you did know before all this. Oh my God, what's Iraq?
Is a servant of the globalists and the lobbyists and the wealthy donors, the people that I could be calling, oh, would I have fun?
Oh yeah, why don't you call him then? Why do you know? Sheldon Adelson just gave him $76 million. What's the difference? He just thought, like, I could call Exxon, they give me 10. I could call these companies, they give me 25. Sheldon Adelson just gave him $76 million, a curiously close number to the amount he owes to the IRS.
I would have fun. I'd like to call. Maybe I should call and put the money in escrow and just give it back to him.
What? Yeah, that makes sense.
And the Washington Vulture.
Yeah, just put it in escrow, live off the interest, and give it back to him. You mean like the loans you got for Trump Tower that are going to come due in 2 years? That you're just basically, you took the money and instead of putting it into the property to take the debt out from someone else at a lower rate, which is why you often will get one of those kind of loans, or to refurbish the property to raise the value so you could pay off the other loan sooner. You just took the money in, sit on it, and live off the interest, and then give them the money back, and then sue to not have to pay the interest? Is that the game? Jesus.
Who got rich bleeding America dry. That's what happened, including Big Pharma. In
Totally.
2016, you voted to fire this corrupt and decrepit political establishment, and you elected an outsider as president who is finally putting America first. It's about time.
Adelson is jealous of Trump's hair? I don't know. I don't think so.
%. Did you see this? We're in a pandemic, okay? Because of China. We're in a pandemic.
Are we? Are we? I mean, Stop talking about it, you dumb bastard. I mean, you go on and on and on. It's all you talk about, the pandemic, COVID this and COVID that. You're like CNN.
Came out Gallup. 56% of the American people in this brand new poll just came out, Gallup poll, say they are better off today than they were 4 years ago under Obama-Biden administration. And it's a record number.
But a good portion of them know that one of the reasons why they're better off are because of systems put in place under the Obama administration. Sorry, posture check.
Will you do me a favor, just one favor today? Will you please go out and elect Martha? Stand up, Martha.
Martha McCloskey.
Great pilot. When we came in low with the helicopter, she said, "Oh, wait, she could have been 200 feet lower." I said that we would only had 10 feet clearance. She said, "I don't care." She was a great pilot. The Warthog she flew. The Warthog's an incredible plane, actually. Get her elected, will you please? I don't want to waste.
No.
We don't want to waste a lot of time, Martha. Get her elected, okay, please? That other guy, he's bad news.
Oh, is
I mean,
he?
he's good if you don't like. Does anybody not like your Second Amendment here? Because he will vote to get rid of your Second Amendment. You know that, you know? I mean,
Tell us the story of Mark Kelly and the Second Amendment. Tell us what his concerns are. Tell us what his limitations, that things he would put on the Second Amendment, and what he cares about in terms of gun restrictions.
the whole thing of the history, and it's a sad deal, and all of that stuff. But he's a radical leftist, and he's going to vote to take away your guns. And somehow...
Okay, so that was his little toss to Gabby Giffords being shot in the head.
But he's a radical leftist.
Hold on, listen to this.
Because he will vote to get rid of your Second Amendment. You know that, you know? I mean, I know the whole thing of the history, and it's a sad deal, and all of that stuff. But he's a radical leftist, and he's going to vote to take away your guns. And somehow...
No, he's not. He wants reasonable limitations on it.
Arizona and no guns.
He would have an excuse, emotionally especially, to want total gun confiscation and all that kind of stuff. Like, after what he and his wife have been through, and what she's had to deal with in her rehab, and him seeing it every single day, and the woman that he loves going through this horrible thing, one would think he would have every right to be enraged and want to deny the Second Amendment to everybody. But he doesn't. He doesn't. He just wants reasonable limitations. He doesn't want crazy people to have access to guns. He wants people who have endangered themselves or committed acts of, domestic violence or stalking and those kind of things to be able to have their guns taken away until they can be evaluated, they can see a judge, get their rights back. That's fine. Straw purchases, gun show loophole, keeping track of people who are ammo stacking.
Seem to match up very well. He's going to take away, and I'm much more blunt, I think, than Martha. She's a nicer person than I am. I say it very directly. He's going to vote to take away your guns. Now, I don't know that he'll be successful, because hopefully he's going to have to go through me. But what the hell do we need that there for? She will be a great senator, and she has been a great senator. And, she was appointed by Doug, and Doug is one of the best governors in the country. And he didn't close you down, and you couldn't breathe like in Michigan.
Yeah, that's the thing in Michigan. They just can't breathe. That's why they wanted to kidnap and murder her. She was really attacking them. I mean, it was just self-defense.
The Supreme Court overruled her in Michigan. And part of the problem she had, the only one that had his freedom was her husband. He was allowed to go swimming, fishing, boating. Everybody else is on shore, and they see this guy boating. And who was it? It was the husband of the governor of Michigan.
So everybody's on shore, and they see this guy boating. Yeah, it sounds like prison to me.
That didn't help their
case. They're all on a beach. All these people on a beach watching a guy in a boat. I mean, that's jail. I mean, that's basically like Shawshank Redemption meets Waterworld, right?
By the way, But no, I mean, the people in Michigan, I love them. We're leading in the polls in Michigan. But think of it. You know why? Because we have many car plants. They didn't have a car plant opening in 42 years. And then I came along. Now they got so many of them, they don't know what the hell to do. We'll send some to Arizona, okay? And you already have them opening up in Arizona. No, but you know, they got to open up the states. They got to let the kids go back to school. Barron Trump had it, all these young guys. Barron Trump had it. He's very, he's 14 and he's very tall. He is very tall. But Barron had it.
Who else is tall? You know who else is tall? The security guard, the head security guy at Tiffany's in Trump Tower. He's also very tall. And it's unrelated. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. I hate to digress. Very tall man.
And the doctor said, our first lady had it, I had it, Barron had it. Sir, Barron tested positive. I said, oh, wow. How's he going to do? Very good, sir. No problem. I said, good. Like 14 minutes later, how's Barrett doing? How's he doing, Doc? How's my boy doing?
Barrett?
Sir?
Barrett? How's Barrett doing? Really? Hold on.
Oh, wow. How's he going to do? Very good, sir. No problem. I said, good. Like 14 minutes later, how's Barrett doing? How's he doing, Doc? How's my boy doing?
Barrett.
Sir,
Barrett.
he's cured.
Barrett. I mean, are we back to this already? Are we back to Carrot? Is that where we are? Yeah, he's focused on Amy Coney Barrett. So he's more concerned about his Supreme Court pick than his son, I guess?
We're honored to have with us today our amazing Vice President, Mike Pence, and his wonderful wife, Carrot.
Mm-hmm. But tell me again about Barrett. What?
Minutes later, how's Barrett doing? How's he doing, Doc? How's
Barrett doing? How's Barrett? How's my boy Barrett?
boy doing?
What's his name again? I don't know.
Sir, he's cured. How did that happen? You know? It took about 12 seconds.
Okay, by the way, can we just do this real quick? Just while we're at it, before he gets too far away from this? Because he brings this shit up all the time. Fact-checking Trump on the auto industry, new Michigan companies. This is from the Statesman. Donald Trump. After the last administration nearly killed the U.S. auto industry, I saved the U.S. auto industry. We brought you a lot of car plants, and Japan announced 5 car companies are coming to Michigan. PolitiFact's ruling. False. Here's why. If you're going to talk about the car industry in Michigan, it helps to get the facts right. President Trump did not. At a rally in Freeland, Michigan, Trump described great success in reviving automotive jobs. After the last administration nearly killed it, we brought a lot of car plants, and he went on to say that he wrangled a promise in a meeting with Japan's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe for Japanese plants to expand in the U.S. Next day, they announced 5 car plants coming to Michigan. We've seen this a bunch of times. There's nothing fully correct in any of that. Japan didn't announce 5 companies coming to Michigan. Trump didn't save the auto industry, and he didn't bring a lot of car plants to the state. The most he can claim is 1. The 1 is a Fiat Chrysler factory that will build Jeep SUVs in Detroit on the site of an idled engine plant. It's due to open in 2021. Due to open. Why is it due to open? Because they got a tax break for it. That is part of a package of investments in 5 other Fiat Chrysler plants in the state. Trump can count it as a new plant because it closed back in 2013 before he became president, said an automobile industry researcher, James Rubenstein, at Ohio's Miami University. But when Trump said that he saved the auto industry, he left out that the total auto industry employment in Michigan dropped by about 3,000 in 2019. That was after a steady rise since 2010. When the major U.S. automakers began to recover from the recession and their restructurings, the coronavirus-induced economic slump this year brought more job losses, but the declines took place before the virus arrived. There it is. As for the previous administration nearly killing the industry, the evidence points to the opposite. In 2008-2009, intervention by the Bush and Obama administrations pulled the auto and auto parts makers back from the brink of collapse. Under the Obama administration, General Motors and Chrysler went through quick taxpayer-financed bankruptcy reorganizations orchestrated by a federal task force. run by Joe Biden, by the way, and the U.S. Treasury. And both emerged from the Great Recession to add jobs, both add jobs and production capacity. Trump's comment about cutting a deal with Japan also fell wide off the mark. The Japanese automaker Toyota did announce in March 2019 that it would funnel about $750 million into its American operations. But that money wasn't for new plants, as Trump said, and Michigan wasn't on the list. Other Japanese automakers have added U.S. capacity, but not in Michigan. Japanese automakers and parts companies have had U.S. factories and research operations in the U.S. for decades. The timing of the promise, Trump said he wrested from Japan is unclear. The two leaders met in Washington in April 2019. I mean, he makes this shit up, so it goes. Yeah, it's utter bullshit. They were down 3,000 jobs last year from what was happening under the Obama administration. There are not 5 friggin' new plants. I mean, it's just if you're a Trump supporter, this part's got to be embarrassing. Wait, a massive quake? What happened?
Hey, Doc, I want to make sure my Baron's okay. Sir, he's fine. Well, what do you mean he's fine? No, he's all 100%.
Hold on.
Can you believe it? Because I hate to admit it, all of us people that are slightly older, their immune system is strong, very strong. So Baron had it.
Oh,
it
in
came,
Alaska?
it went. He's immune. You know, that's the way it is. Oh, those kids. I looked at Barron like he was Superman. I said, Barron,
7.5 magnitude earthquake, 91 kilometers from San Point, Alaska.
He didn't
That's
even
heavy
know
duty.
what I was talking about, actually. Joe Biden is always and has been a corrupt politician. And as far as I'm concerned, the Biden family is a criminal enterprise. If you read this laptop, I tell you what, this is.
Have you read the laptop? Have you seen it? Have you seen the laptop? The laptop from hell? Is that what we're saying again?
The laptop from hell. The only laptop that was almost as good, maybe worse, was the laptop of Anthony Weiner. You remember that? Ding, 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 ding. He got hacked too, just like Scully got hacked. Remember he said he got hacked?
Such a story. I mean, I felt like I was there. It's riveting. Remember that? Ding, 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 ding. It was this.
He was sending messages to very, very young women, girls. He was sending messages, a lot of them. And he got hacked. They always say they got hacked. Scully got hacked, right? Scully. He was a never-Trumper. He got hacked. You know, I've never known a person that said he got hacked that got hacked. Nobody gets hacked. To get hacked, you need somebody with 197 IQ, and he needs about 15% of your password, right? It doesn't happen. So Scully got hacked.
Is that how it works? I'm feeling like he's just blowing a hole in all the 90s hacker movies right now.
And now on Thursday, I go up another real great one. Another great one. Kristen Welker. She's a radical Democrat. Look at them, they're getting angry. She's a radical Democrat. She deleted her entire account. Everything is deleted. But I've known her. She's been screaming questions.
You mean because of death threats?
At me for a long time. And she's no good. But I figure, what the hell? She asked you a question. How did I do the other night against one that was worse? She was worse, Savannah. So I had Savannah Guthrie the other night. She was like a crazed lunatic.
That's what it was like. Yeah, she was like a crazed lunatic. Continue to speak, and let us all watch as you accuse another human being of being a crazed lunatic, because it's a great offense to the level of sanity and normalcy that you operate in.
She was literally rising out of her chair as she's screaming questions. And how about that great woman behind me? She kept going. I love her. I don't know too much. I met her right after. She's great. But I tell you, she was definitely a Trump person. They made a big mistake. You know, the mistake they made was they forgot to check the audience. The audience was great.
You mean Eric and Laura and Kaylee and Kimberly Guilfoyle and the plant of the woman behind you? You mean they forgot to check the audience for how many people were actually from your campaign sitting in there?
The woman that came up and said, I love your smile. You're so handsome. You're so handsome. You're so handsome when you smile. I love your smile. Sir, could I ask, and she was so nice. And then what happened is NBC, which is the worst. That's Comcast. I call it Con, C-O-N, because they're con. You know,
Very clever. It's very clever. I don't know that anybody put that together. I'm glad you explained it.
Spend a fortune in public relations, and I talk about them. Wipes out their whole year of public relations. They're Comcast. They're dishonest people, okay? Totally dishonest. So she said, really, I mean, look, this woman likes me. I know when somebody likes me. I know when they don't like me. It's very quick. It takes me like a fraction of a second. I love your smile, sir. You're so handsome. When you smile, you're so... Could I ask you... Okay. Okay, ready?
Great story. I'm ready. I'm ready. Hit me with this. Bring it home. Let's hear the punchline. I think this is going to be great.
Now they grab her. They said, this is not working out well. So they grab her, and I did, you know, I was long gone. And they interview her after. I do not like him. I do not. They told her, you can't do that. You got to say bad things. I have no doubt, because I watched her interviewed afterwards. She hated my guts. She was going like, I don't like her. I'm going to vote for Biden. Why? Because he's a genius? No.
I don't like her? All right.
Why are you voting for?
I mean, like him swapping out a pronoun is the least of our worries.
I have no idea. So that's what happens. We're dealing with a corrupt, crooked media. Just remember that. And I'm glad I came along, because there's no other human being on earth other than maybe Doug Ducey that could have handled the crap that I've had to handle. I'll tell you what. Every other person, even a tough person, would have been in a corner long ago with his thumb in his mouth saying, Mommy, Mommy, take me home, right? They would have said, Mommy, please, I can't take it. But me,
Really? Really? Truman had to make a decision about dropping 2 nuclear weapons during a war. Lyndon Johnson, Kennedy, Nixon were all dealing with the Vietnam War. Bush was president when 9/11 happened. But what's been hard for you is the press doesn't report on your audiences. Good God.
It is a challenge, and what it really is we're exposing some real garbage. And
Okay.
you know these.
Yes, that is true. That is true. What Rudy Giuliani and Steve Bannon, the New York Post, is putting out is in fact garbage. Good point, Gonzo. Bay of Pigs. Exactly. Pearl Harbor. But he's had it harder than anybody. Everybody else would be in there, sucking their thumb.
Companies are very dangerous because they refuse to allow even the New York Post, which deserves tremendous credit. They caught Biden in a scandal, the likes of which we haven't seen. I say the second worst in the history of our country. The first worst.
After yours, you mean? Or is that before, I guess he's over Watergate behind you? And, I mean, there's a huge drop-off, I would suppose, if you're looking at these. Like an email asking about a meeting that never actually happened versus promises to, going 18, whatever is it? How many months is it? 8 months since we've had, 18 if you count last year. 7 months. Oh, he wants to go back 7 months. 7 months since we found out about the bounties on our soldiers' heads by Russia, and you still haven't brought it up?
Was when they spied on the President of the United States and tried to take him down, and they spied and they got caught. Let's see what happens.
Nothing happened. Nothing happens. You're talking about the unmasking. Nothing happened.
Let's see what happens. That's to me the worst. This is the second, but this could be leading into the first. This is a grave, grave problem. But you're lucky
grave.
I'm your
It's grave.
president. You're so lucky. You're so lucky.
Yeah, drunk.
I always tell our great First Lady,
thanks, Barry,
darling,
for the
you're
stars.
so lucky I
Appreciate
took
it.
you on this wonderful journey as we get hammered by these fake people. We get hammered every day, and I say, darling, you're so lucky I took you on this journey. But they do love Michelle Obama. They love.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. He just mistook Melania for Michelle Obama. Oh God. He just absolutely brain looped that.
This charity. But they do love Michelle Obama. They love her.
Hold on, that was weird. Gonna catch up. The video is gonna jerk forward in a second. Play, you silly thing. Freeze. I'm getting it to replay it, but it's being weird. Second. Reload the page. Is that what's got to happen? Yeah.
The numbers are fantastic.
Sorry. Oh, I'll rewind. He floated this idea into one, and he can't overlap his mind in it. Reloading. Loading. 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 Thanks, Gonzo. Yeah. So, yeah.
I always tell our great First Lady, darling, you're so lucky I took you on this wonderful journey as we get hammered by these fake people. We get hammered every day, and I say, darling, you're so lucky I took you on this journey. But they do love Michelle Obama. They love her. They love her. They love Michelle. You know, did you hear the new one? They came up to me, sir, I have bad news. What? President Obama's going to start campaigning for Sleepy Joe. I said,
Jesus Christ. Honest to God. Hi. I'm sorry. Usually I'm pretty good with the trolls that we find in the chat or whatever, but I have to draw a line with the Q ones because the entire Q conspiracy is a pro-pedophile smokescreen, and I just feel like that's a standard that you got to draw a line someplace. You know what I mean? So sorry to some of the folks in the chat room. The rest of the trolls who are just like regular Trump 2020 morons. That's fine. I appreciate you for inflating my numbers, but the Q stuff particularly. I mean, you guys are, you're pro rapist and pro pedophile. I try to keep my chat room free of that kind of stuff.
Is that good or bad news? Because don't forget, he campaigned for Hillary harder than Hillary did, right? He said he will not get the nomination. I got that.
Let's just be abundantly clear. Trump confused his wife's name with Michelle Obama's name. We just watched that
nomination. He actually said he will not run. I ran. He will not get the nomination. Got the nomination. He will not be your president. And became the president. Right? Ducey thought I was going to win. Yeah, anyway,
but Ducey thinks that that there's more air outside a balloon than inside of the balloon, and that's why they don't float.
You know, the funny thing about Obama, look, they worked together for a long time. Like I work with Mike Pence. They worked together for a long time.
Nice. The Supreme Court rejected the Republican attack on Pennsylvania mail-in ballot extension. Victory for Democrats.
And
cool.
He tried to talk him out of it because he knows he's not mentally fit to be president. We can't play games. You know, we can be nice and say, oh, he's wonderful. He's not wonderful. You know.
This is where we get to go into someone being mentally fit, by the way.
You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier.
Let's see what gems Donald Trump lays on us to remind us that Biden is unfit, but Trump himself is the master of words.
Look, Bureaucracia, free health care for illegal. Look. 2 days ago, he said, it is my really great honor to be running as a Democrat for the United States Senate. And he meant it. With me, I'd be joking maybe, and they'd say, oh, the guy meant it. That's about the third time you said that, too. That's a little bit scary. See, that's not like something that, free health care for illegal, look.
Uh-huh.
Or something. That's serious problems. And when he says that, like, it's great to be with you people today in the great state of Ohio. And they say, you're in Arizona. Oh, I meant Arizona. I love the people of Arizona. To me, Corona means Italy.
Mm-hmm.
I always say he's done that 8 times now. The Burmese executives. So this Burmese, they say, pronounce it Burmese. The sand was loaded up with blood.
Hold on.
When they gaze upon Yosemite,
Yeah.
where he said, I've never done it. I've never done it. When
Never.
I do, perhaps
You did it yesterday. He didn't know where he was yesterday.
to retire. If you do that, it's disqualifying because it's so bad. Like, you could be, Winston Churchill.
It is so bad when somebody tries to save it. You know what I mean?
Free health care for illegal, look. Great speaker. You could do that.
Wait,
so we're in Arizona.
Winston Churchill was a...
Winston Churchill stood on the rooftops in London, very calm, making speeches. Winston Churchill.
Okay, holding for a second. Wait 1 second. I have a new issue. 1 moment. I'm not having a Jeffrey Toobin moment. Button work? There. Check. Does it work? Check 1, check 2. There it is. Okay. Thanks. Hi. I do need hold music. I'm fine. Okay, here we go.
And if I said,
did Trump say plus tax? Plus tax.
Illegal, look. I love the people of Ohio, and it's great to be with you today, right? The worst was when I think he said he was in Palm Beach, and you have palm trees. And he said, it's great to be with the people of Iowa, right? Right?
No. This was a story that Trump kept telling. Okay, this is a great example. Trump is telling a story about something he thinks happened in Ohio, where he said it's great to be in Florida, and Trump said there are palm trees all over the place in Ohio. So whether, yeah, you're lagging, turning your fan. Oh yeah, that could be it. Yeah, I was wondering what was staggering it. It's a good idea. Cool off the room and we're ready to go. Hey, yeah. So check your video. Okay. Stop it. I got to draw heat away from it. I'll try. Okay, here we go. Right. There we go. So Trump is telling a story that used to be, the first time Trump told the story, was that Biden was in Ohio. He thought he was in Florida, and he said, he was in Ohio, and he said, isn't it great to be in Florida? And it was weird because there's all these palm trees around, which is Trump brain farting his way through saying that he, in his mind, however somebody told him this story, whether he saw it or not, was that AOC is going to game with Hassan. I think that's a mistake. I mean, it's going to, like, you don't need AOC getting slammed with, oh yeah, she just went gaming online with some dude who said America deserved 9/11. Come on. It's like you gotta be careful, people. You're in elected office. Anyways, I don't recommend any Democrats that are in elected office come anywhere near my show, so that I don't have to dirty them up with when I start talking shit sometimes. Just saying. That said, Trump screwed up his original story. What he was trying to say was Biden was in Florida, thought he was in Ohio, there's palm trees everywhere. That's the joke and the story. Didn't happen, but who cares? At least the story would make sense and is kind of a laugh. You know what I mean? He made it up. Now, he's in Florida and he's saying Iowa. It was originally Ohio. He's just making it up. Okay.
You know, there's something wrong here.
Yes, semantic romantic. That is true.
Going on, right? But he said just 3 times recently, but the last 2 days ago, that he's running for the U.S. Senate.
No, he didn't. You're watching the same video over and over again, and when he's talking about this is the place where I started when I ran for the U.S. Senate, every time he says that, he's like, you know, I stood on these grounds and I said, I'm Joe Biden and I'm running for the U.S. Senate a long time ago, and it was all about blah, blah, blah. And he tells the story. And they cut out all that part where he's explaining that this is where he said it. It's like somebody, imagine somebody repeating their, you know, going to a church and going, this is where your mother and I got married. And going, and this is where I said, I do. Somebody going, Jesus Christ, Pops thinks he just got married.
And I'm actually happy he's running for this because, I mean, hey, look.
Hey, look,
he's
tell
the
me.
Worst.
Hey, but listen, folks, let me tell you something, okay? Huh? But am I right? Women like to shop. Let me tell you something.
Presidential.
This looks strong. This is good body language. Good posture. Good. He looks focused.
Pick in the history of presidential politics, I think. And I say this, and you know, they always take that one little section. Have you seen how dishonest they are? They'll take that one little section.
Which is just what you did about the Senate story.
If I lose to him, it'll be a disgrace. So they don't put the first part in. They don't put the end in. They just, President Trump thinks he's going to lose because they take that one little section. So I have to be very, very careful the way, because they're so corrupt and so dishonest. But it is true.
Everybody's bored. Like this audience, I mean, he doesn't have a bunch of people behind him. I think they might be off to the side in this one. But this audience is, A, it's hot, but B, these people are not as excited.
The worst in the history of presidential politics. Win, lose, or draw. Win, lose, or draw. This man should not be your president. Number 1, he's corrupt. Number 2, he's not a smart man, never was. Number 3, he's seen better days. So, are you ready to, let's get, isn't this better than reading the stupid teleprompter?
Yeah, way better. Riff it. Riff it.
So if I don't sound...
Isn't this better than reading the stupid teleprompter? Now, let me turn to the teleprompter and read the part that says, if I don't sound like a politician, that's because I'm not.
Sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician. If I don't always play by the rules of the...
Oh, by the way, Hal, if you don't read tweets to you from today, I saw your Fat Elvis reference show up today in discussion on Andrea Mitchell's midday NBC show panel during a panel discussion. One of the panel mentioned it. Yeah, because they all watch. You know what? I am getting the weirdest messages, and I love you guys for watching. And I know not everybody can hang in there, especially the names that are out there. Hi, guys. But there's a bunch of them. Especially watching it through Periscope, that are watching it from afar, as it were. They're not in the chat room, but they're watching. I keep showing up. I keep seeing certain words I use that aren't pretty. They're just very off the track from what most people say. It's like, honest to God, the 2 things I've started seeing show up the most were fuckstick and horseshit. Those are just 2 of my favorite swear words. And I use them a bunch in my tweets, but I also mention them in this, and pardon my French. But those are 2 that I bandy around quite forcefully. And I've noticed they've started to grow. Have you seen that? Like that they've started, this is, yeah, and I'm not the president, and that's why I don't want politicians to come on my show or be on a podcast with me or anything like that. Because if I call him an alcoholic fuckstick, because that's what he is right now, they have plausible deniability. I know, it's a good one. And I throw those around, and criminy, absolutely. That one started showing up. And so I'm starting to notice, like, my particular brand of style of insults. It's like the particular line I used against Don Jr. In that single response. I was reading one of his tweets, and everybody was like, he's saying this, and it's not true, and they're blah, blah, blah. And I was like, how do I get across the point that this is a hypocritical, crappy statement, that it means nothing, that it's basically just a campaign advert, but it's a desperate cry for help and all this other stuff. And I just wrote, your dad wants to fuck your sister. And because that's what it was. That's what was really going on. That's the weird stuff about this, which is true, creepy, awful. And now that is the common refrain that I think Don Jr. and Eric get hit with the most. I'm just saying.
An establishment. It's because
And this better than reading the teleprompter. Anyways, I am not a politician because of what the teleprompter says. This is just the dumbest turn.
Was elected to fight for you harder than any president has ever fought before. We're not going to lose our nation to socialist communists.
No, we're not. We're not going to lose our country to socialist communists, okay? Pterodactyls are not going to fly through the sky and pluck out the eyes of your children. Not on my watch.
We're not going.
You watch. There will, ever since I've been your president, no zombie apocalypse. The minute I leave, just make up a bullshit threat. They're coming for your Second Amendment. Even like, well, then why didn't they grab it before? Why didn't they grab it right after friggin' Sandy Hook?
Losing our nation to Kamala, who's further left than Bernie. I'd rather have Bernie than Kamala. And you'll have a woman president someday.
Kamala.
But it's not going to be Kamala. You don't want that as your first.
Kamala. Why not? Because she's a prosecutor and she's smart, and you don't want that. You don't want a former prosecutor for president. That would kind of suck, especially if she, if Biden only serves one term or he goes his full two, which he absolutely could. At this rate, I mean, people are aging a lot better than they used to, and all your bullshit about him having a mental decline, related to his stutter, and however Laura Trump is a disgusting human being. But this, what the shit, that's true, that's a good one. But ultimately, you don't want in 8 years Kamala Harris going, there's a couple of things he's done that are still within the legal sphere that I could reach out. Kind of, we put a couple of indictments in 2023 that actually extend and out, so the statute of limitations can kind of. Yeah, you don't want her in.
I want Kamala furthest left, and she treated Biden so badly. There was nobody that and her poll number, she was tanked. She left.
Yeah, one of the reasons why her poll numbers tanked, because she treated Biden poorly. One of the greatest things about him is that even though she had that difference with him, he could still bring her back into the campaign. By the way, is the Biden-Harris not the ticket I've been talking about since last year? Seriously. Did I not call it? I mean, I'm not always right. Obviously, Kim Jong-un's body double is doing fine. But I was saying Biden-Harris this time last year.
I don't know. That's the kind of thing.
I was kind of doing a Jeff Goldblum on the Echo 10X, just for the record.
That's the kind of thinking you're supposed to be voting for, I guess. Huh? I'm fighting.
Oh, God. What?
You've got.
Listen to
Poll
this.
number, she was tanked. She left. I don't know. That's the kind of thinking That's the kind of thinking you're supposed to be voting for, I guess. Huh? I'm fine.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, what was that? I don't know. That's the kind of thing you're supposed to be voting for, I guess. I don't know. Shit. I mean, honestly, this is so pitiful.
And her poll number, she was tanked. She left. I don't know. That's the kind of thinking you've got. That's the kind of thinking you're supposed to be voting for, I guess. Huh? I'm fighting so hard.
Sorry, I had to watch it again.
Because I love my country so much, and because I'm determined to ensure that the forgotten men and women of this country are never forgotten again. That happened.
It did. It totally did.
So we're joined by a great group of warriors, and I really...
And they really are... Sorry. 1 second. I was laughing too hard. I was... he keeps doing the warriors thing. We're always this group of warriors, and they're elected representatives. Most of them rather pathetic.
Love just to come up for a second.
Yeah, why not? Fill some time. You know what I mean?
You do have a great governor and a great friend of mine, Doug Ducey. Come on up, Doug. And Senator Martha McSally. Come on up.
Martha. Martha.
Say a couple of words.
Donald Trump will win the state of Arizona.
I have talked to the Secretary of State. He is eliminating voting places and getting rid of drop boxes. We will guarantee it. If I have to set fire to every Democratic ballot in this state.
Donald Trump will be returned to the White House.
To, I guess, pack his shit up?
And on November 3rd, Martha...
I will be living in a van down by the river. Honest to God, he sounds like... Tell me he doesn't sound like the Chris Farley character.
House. And on November 3rd, Martha McSally will join him in the United States.
Seriously, can I hate doing this. I hate breaking off on everything because it always adds more time. Because I don't pre-watch these, so we got to kind of grab it. And one of these days, when we have enough patrons, we'll end up doing this. But is it me? Does he sound just like Chris Farley's character? Hold on. We'll back it up. I need a comparison. I'm rendering video files while I'm doing today's show in the background, and it's a lot. Hold on. Farley and down. There we go. There you go. Matt Foley. That's what it was. Oh, well, thank you. Look at this. Food's coming in. It's very exciting. Thanks, babe.
Brian, Stacey.
This is
your mother Ellen and I are so glad you decided to join us for this family communication session.
So what's up? You guys getting divorced or something?
This is
No, we just wanted the family to talk as a group.
Okay, well, let's get it started then.
All right, well, Stacey, Brian, your father, Ted, and I are a little bit concerned.
Here he is. Hold on.
Let me give you a little bit of a scenario of what my life is all about. First off, I am 35 years old, I am divorced, and I live in a van down by the river.
Okay, so, all right, which is a beautiful line. We miss Chris, but tell me I'm wrong about this dude.
On November 3rd, Martha McSally will join him in the United States Senate.
In a van down by the river. Seriously. Seriously.
And they will give us conservative judges on the Supreme Court. They will support the cause of life, and they will confirm Amy Coney Barrett. Joe Biden is wrong. Well, I'm here to tell you that you're probably going to find out as you go out there that you're not going to amount to jack squat.
I mean, honestly, it's dead on.
For America. Joe Biden would pack the Supreme Court. Joe Biden would make Washington, D.C. a state. Joe Biden.
Wait, what? That sounds rather positive. By the way, the reason he's focusing on D.C. is because it's understood that D.C. is black. Whereas if he said Puerto Rico, a lot of the Latinos in Arizona would be pissed. They think Puerto Rico should be a state. They're not upset about that part.
It's got to be sent back to the basement on November 3rd.
He's good. This guy's good.
On November 3rd, we will return Donald J. Trump and Mike Pence
to a van down by the river
as President and Vice President of the United States back to the White House.
Wow, that was good, huh? Most of them come up here and suck. Wow. Had to get a little pat in.
Thank you so much. Welcome back.
Wow, guys, thanks for making me feel almost like an elected official.
Arizona President Trump, let's give it up for the president. Arizona, you know we have a choice. People are voting right now. We have a choice.
Dinner tonight is a protein bowl from Panera. Summer picked it up on her way back in. So it's a mixture of beans and avocado and all kinds of craziness. Yeah, so we'll see if we get into that or not. I might wait and finish it up after we're done because we're not.
Verge of a great American comeback,
should be over
and it's
sooner.
going to be greater because we're bringing jobs home from China with President Trump. We're going to make sure we.
No. Nothing in Arizona was made in China and is now coming home.
Support our men and women in blue and our Border Patrol. We keep America strong and safe. And you know that other choice is with Joe Biden and my opponent, Mark Kelly, who would be...
Is an astronaut.
Who would be Chuck Schumer's 51st vote to ram through their radical agenda, to pack the courts, to open our borders.
Chuck Schumer and the radical agenda of an astronaut.
Pass the green bad deal, tax increases, taking away our second...
Ooh, that was a good one. That's right up there with MSDNC. The green bad deal.
I mean, you know that Arizona's not going to let that happen. And
you were appointed.
In my race, it's not just whether you like a fighter pilot or an astronaut, and I know you guys like a fighter pilot. Mark Kelly brought a China communist banner to space with him and flew the Chinese flag on his motorcycle. I fly the American flag.
What?
Mark Kelly's spokesman called police officers worthless effing pigs. And he still works for him. I backed the blue. I got the blue with President Trump.
I'm going to go with a specific cop.
Mark Kelly's organization, you know, the radical gun-grabbing organization.
Oh, yeah. That radical gun-grabbing organization started after his wife was shot in the face by somebody you would have given another gun to.
They gave California an A grade for their gun control policies. And they gave Arizona an F. I got an idea. Why don't we give Mark Kelly an F and tell him to go run in California if he likes him so much? And
I mean, this is adorable.
Mark Kelly said that he would not vote for Amy Coney Barrett.
Right.
I'm flying on Air Force One tonight with President Trump back to D.C., and we're not leaving until we put Judge Barrett on the bench.
So, you're bragging that as an unelected representative of the state of Arizona, you are voting for a stolen seat that's going to be taken by someone who's already in a stolen seat because Merrick Garland was denied a space, and we're supposed to wait until after the election when we're this close to have a SCOTUS choice pick. So basically just bragging about being anti-democratic. So I just don't know why you're upset about the Chinese flag part.
Arizonans, we're ground zero. The country.
Now, she's flying back with him to D.C. tonight, and they're staying there. They're just catching a free ride on the taxpayer.
Is relying on us. This state will decide to send President Trump back for 4 more years. This state will decide the Senate majority in stopping the radical left in my race. This state will save the Supreme Court and save the country. President Trump and the country is relying on us. Let's win in November. God bless you. Let's bring it back.
President Trump and America are relying on lust? Sorry?
Stopping the radical left in my race. This state will save the Supreme Court and save the country. President Trump and the country is relying on us. Let's win in November. God bless you. Let's bring it back home.
Sure. Anybody else? Who else is here?
Thank you. Look at that.
Thank you. Look at that crowd. Don't.
I wish these people would. Hey, can you put the cameras back there, please? Will you turn one of your cameras back? As far as the eye can see, it's people. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. So you're dehydrated, you're clearly drunk, and you've been out in the sun for an hour and change, God knows. All right, this will work out well for an older man.
Unbelievable.
Who's
They
here?
never do it. You know, they never turn the camera.
Yeah,
I
no,
used
they're-
to think they couldn't, you know, physically it was like stuck. They couldn't do it. But they can, because whenever there's a little problem, that thing goes like a pretzel. It's unbelievable. But they never want to show these crowds. They never want to do it because they're fake. Listen, we have
They're
a
there to
congressman
report-
who's a friend of mine who's a warrior.
They're there to report what you say. That's their job.
Paul Gosar. Where's Paul?
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Deck Girl. Thanks, Jillian. Thanks, Francie.
Where's Paul?
Where is he?
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah,
a
get him up
warrior.
there. Oh, he's a warrior.
A warrior.
And how he
And a
votes.
friend of ours who's incredible. She's leading, from what I'm hearing, Tiffany. I hear she's leading. Congressional candidate Tiffany Shedd. Tiffany, you're leading in the poll.
You're the only one.
Wow, that's a long way. She's incredible. What a great career, and that you're doing this is so great.
Yeah, you're leading in the polls in this weird little red congressional district where you're standing right now, whereas Martha McSally is having a hell of a time.
Thank you, Tiffany.
I'm eating a bowl like a avocado grain bowl chicken.
Tiffany Shedd, get out and vote for her. And a friend of mine, somebody that was great, she would have been, if she didn't have 3-4 people running at the same time, she would have been your senator. Hate to say it, she would have been your senator.
Oof.
A friend that's so loyal and strong, and a good person, Arizona GOP Chair Kelly Ward. She's worked so hard.
But she lost against she was primary.
She is some warrior and fighter, and just, they don't even understand it, okay?
They don't?
I don't even understand you sometimes, Kelly. You don't, she doesn't give up. How are we doing, Kelly? We're winning, yeah. Good, get out there. 15 days, Kelly. Don't sleep, don't go to bed, don't sleep, right? And Sergeant Jimmy Chavez of the National Troopers
Chavez, sure.
Coalition. Jimmy, where's Jimmy?
Where is Jimmy?
Jimmy, thank you for everything, Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Thank you for everything. And I was recently honored to receive the coalition's endorsement, and I want to thank you. You're really amazing. Thank you, Jimmy. And a tough guy and a good guy. In addition, I was just named, I have to say this, Man of the Year by Law Enforcement's big magazine. It's called Blue Magazine. Man of the Year. I love law enforcement.
That's got to be a great cover photo. Can we find that? Sorry, I have to look it up.
So we're delighted to be joined by a legendary quarterback. I used to watch this guy. You know, he'd win with the brain as well as the body. Jim McMahon, two-time All-American at Brigham Young, and later a two-time Super Bowl champion. Where's Jim? Where is he? I love that guy. Look at him. Look at that guy. Look at that guy. I'll tell you, and I loved your coach, too. I loved Mike Ditka.
Kiss him?
And I love Singletary. You know, Singletary likes Trump. You know that, right? You think Singletary's tough enough? How was he tough enough? Look at him. He's all business. He's taking those pictures. That's him. Jim, you were a winner, man, and you are a winner. I mean it, too. And say hello to Ditka.
Normally I don't.
And say hello to Singletary and all those guys. What a great team, right? I was a team of champions. You know.
And by the way, this is good. I'm glad you guys hung around to see the cover. I mean, where else are you going to get to see, unless you bother to go look for it? Excuse me. Oh, God. This, the cover of Blue Magazine and the fact that they made him Man of the Year. Okay, just made that. Awesome honor. They spared no expense. They put this picture together. They picked a photo of Trump that I think, I know, you guys know, he doesn't look confused at all. He looks tough as nails. I don't know why the White House lawn is paved, but okay. I guess it's paved with red, white, and blue. But yeah, he looks like Alec Baldwin's joke version of himself. And he looks like, why did I walk out here? From the flag coming out of his head. It's a good thing, whatever. It's like they stuck it in his hair and it stayed. Yeah, this is the cover. This is what the award he just got. From the blog, Blue for Trump. BlueMagazine.com, which is a blog. I don't know that there are paper copies of this anymore. It is available in PDF form if you ever want to read it. But that's no, it's not a black and white flag. It's a blue line flag. So yeah. And you know me, I'm on many fronts, I am very pro police officer. I know what they have to go through. I think it's a scary and horrifying job most of the time. The vast majority are good. But the ones that are kind of hyper political that support Trump, I don't understand what they're doing.
Win with the muscle, but you got to win with this too.
So you're gonna win with that? What?
Illegal. Yeah, look.
You can win with the muscle, but you got to
win with this too. We just gave out a presidential medal to a great fighter, Dan. Does everybody know our Dan? Right out of Iowa, huh? And how about Jim Jordan? Is he a great one? Jim Jordan.
You just gave the Medal of Honor to our Dan, and you don't know his last name?
We just gave out a presidential medal to
the Medal of Freedom.
Great fighter, Dan. Does everybody know our Dan? Right out of Iowa.
Dan, whoever he is. Dan, what's his name?
How about Jim Jordan? Is he a great one? Jim Jordan, right? He was a great wrestler. We had so many. We have so many people that are behind us. Anyway, great to be with you.
He sure didn't wrestle with his own conscience about ignoring rapes.
Jim, thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. Dan Gable, everybody. You know Dan Gable?
He finally thought of it.
Did you ever hear of Dan Gable? Hey, Jim, he was 182 wins and 1 loss. He won everything. And he was an unbelievable coach at Iowa, Dan Gable. And then
1 loss. He won everything.
Think of it, a career. 182 and 1. In fact, I asked who was the one. I guess he was pretty good. But he ended up beating him in the Olympics. And then he went to the Olympics, and he won the Olympic gold medal. Dan Gable, any wrestling person would know. And in Iowa, Dan Gable is like a legend, and he is all over the country and in the wrestling world, the greatest ever. And he goes to the Olympics, and he never lost a point. And in the final, he had to wrestle the Russian, who was supposed to be unbeatable, but he was supposed to be unbeatable too. And he beat the Russian and never allowed a point. He went through the entire schedule and never allowed 1 point. Think about that. And he won the Olympic gold medal. And Dan Gable is now getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom. He's coming to the White House. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Our Dan, he's not here, but Jim is, and that made me think of wrestling. So I thought I'd talk about a guy who isn't here, who isn't from Arizona, who's from Iowa. Jim Jordan, everybody, not our Dan. Give it up for him, folks. Our Dan Gables, Florida. Biden thinks he's in Ohio.
My administration, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world.
Nope.
And now we're doing it again. You know, it's Make America Great Again, right? So now I go, Make America Great Again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're trying to turn a weakness into a strength. Seriously, this is like a joke people made. Yeah, I'm turning into Foster Brooks because of this.
Make it great again.
Make it great again.
And that's what we're doing. We're way ahead of...
Yeah, you're making it great again.
During my first 3 years...
The President of the United States. Shit.
We increased family income by over $6,000 more than 5 times the gain. Think of this. Yeah. 5 times the gain. We were actually more than that. More than 5 times the gain in all 8 years under the last administration. Mm-hmm. 5 times the gain in a much shorter period of time. African-American...
Not if you count what they had when they came in. You can only measure that 5 times the gain if you track the highest point before the crash and then what went up beyond that after the recovery. You have to pretend for him to say that they have had 5 times more growth in wages. They have to pretend the recession never occurred.
American unemployment and Hispanic...
I did. And I retweeted... flip through the Blue magazine.
American unemployment and Asian American un-American employment. Think of that. We all reached...
Wait, hold on. Asian un-American employment?
Period of time. African American unemployment and Hispanic American unemployment and Asian American un-American employment. Think of that.
Asian American un-American employment. So Chinese people who are working for the Communist Party trying to undermine the country, they've got more work than they've ever had? Is that what you're saying?
Hispanic American unemployment and Asian American un-American employment. Think of that.
Un-American employment. So spies is what you're saying.
We all reached the lowest levels in the history of our country.
Yeah, the lowest number of un-American employment. What?
American, Asian American, Hispanic American. We lifted 6.6 million Americans out of poverty, including more than 1.5
and now we're kicking 700,000 people off of food stamps in the middle of a pandemic.
Million Hispanic Americans who are liking Trump a lot. I like you too. I don't know if you see what's happening with Hispanic Americans. We are leading them in the polls. It's never happened before. I've always liked Hispanics.
No, he's not leading Hispanics in the polls. He's beating Romney's numbers.
And they like me. This was not supposed to be happening, but I love the Hispanic Americans and they're doing great. And by the way, they're great business people. Our policies are lifting up all Americans of every income. Since the China virus, we've created a record 11.4 million Americans.
Yeah, Sherry's asking about the letter from Trump's people demanding that they focus on foreign policy in the next debate. Because he thinks that means bringing up Ukraine.
American jobs, think of that. You know, they just announced, think of this, it sounds terrible in one way, but you were hearing numbers like 42% unemployment. You know, it's not anybody's fault except China. It came in, and you were hearing it could be 42,
Okay.
38, whatever. So they just announced it, 7.8% unemployment. We're going to be back to where we were very soon. Unless you put a fool into office who's going to raise your taxes and put back all the regulations where every company's going to leave. Now think of it, doesn't 7.8, at one...
Yeah, most corporations won't stay if they can't dump benzene in the water.
way I don't like to say it.
That's the problem with, Hyundai plants, is that they really just don't want to build anywhere that they can't, fill the groundwater with mercury and lead.
Because we were down to 3.4, 3.5. But 7.8, if you would have heard that 3, 4, 5 months ago, you would have said impossible. And we'll be back to the same number, and next year we'll be stronger than ever before. You watch. After the virus left China, we experienced the smallest contraction of any major Western country and the fastest recovery by far of any country. Think of that.
Because we dumped way more money on our economy, and we're still not out. They're not recovering yet. They're not trying to recover. They're dealing with the problem. That's like saying we're rowing faster than any other country that's gotten a cannonball hole in their hull, because the rest of the countries are patching the cannonball hole so the boat doesn't sink.
And I've been delivering for the incredible Hispanic American community like never before. I'm
Was that Brad Parshall behind Trump? No.
fighting for school choice, for safe neighborhoods, for Hispanic-owned small businesses. I have a couple of them. Some of where my friends with the restaurant, oh, they're doing so well. They made a lot of money, my restaurant.
By the way, current unemployment in Nevada, 13. Down, you crazy. Escape. Don't want that. Currently 13.2. My page is locking up because of the heat. Sorry. But the lowest rate it's ever seen is 3.6. Hampshire's doing okay. That's your white collar versus blue collar situation. When did the third quarter numbers come out? They're holding them, which, I mean, they'll be a wooden nickel, but.
A couple of people didn't like that restaurant. I liked it, and now they have lines around the block. Joe Biden would obliterate everything Hispanic Americans have worked for, wiping out your small businesses with lockdowns and regulations, and devastating
new patron. Thanks, Pat.
Your families with massive tax hikes. He wants to give you the big fat tax hikes.
Really?
He will wage war.
No, hold on.
On Catholic.
Say tax hike again.
He wants to give you the big fat tax hikes. Small businesses with lockdowns and regulations, and devastating your families with massive tax hikes. He wants to give
tax hikes.
The big fat tax hikes. He will wage war on Catholic organizations.
He's Catholic.
And charter schools, bankrupt Catholic schools. We've already taken care of the funding for Catholic schools.
Well, then what are you worried about? He's Catholic himself.
Fund extreme late-term abortion and let socialists run wild in our country.
Will the socialists that are running wild be performing late-term abortions, or will they just be helping?
And that's why we're going to win a record share of the Hispanic vote. There will never be a share of the Hispanic vote like this unless we decide to run again in 4 years and then another run and another.
And they're going to say, I tell you, I was done right.
We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military. We have the best equipment of any country in the world. We've upgraded our nuclear to a level that it's never even been close to. We have new rockets.
Which is ridiculous.
And missiles and ships and tanks. What we have is incredible. The F-35
You're welcome.
fighter jet, the best in the world stealth. tankers, new freighters. We have everything. $2.5 trillion all made in the USA. We are the envy of Russia. We are.
Yeah, it's these are $2.5 trillion in payments to the military-industrial complex. These aren't. There's nothing about this that goes to soldiers.
The envy of China. Nobody has the equipment. Even the hypersonic missiles that Obama messed up on. We have hypersonic missiles. They go 7 times.
Obama messed up on? What did he mess up on?
Than a normal missile. We have the best hypersonic.
Hold on. We have the best hypersonic missiles? We don't want those second class.
In the world. You know, they stole our plans during the Obama administration. Another thing that happened. These are little things that happen that we don't.
They stole our plans during the Obama.
We also passed for our veterans, VA choice.
It's gibberish, never mind.
VA accountability, everyone said that would have been impossible.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Obama passed it in 2014, dipshit.
And last year, American warriors killed the founder and leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi.
Yes, cheer the death of a human being who you didn't even know was alive until Trump killed him.
We killed al-Baghdadi, and we have a very special person with us today. Just days ago, my administration
if he holds up his head
brought 2 depraved ISIS terrorists known as the Beatles from
and they're here.
The United Kingdom. These were 2 bad ones. These are people I would have liked to give to Jim and his team to work over.
Okay.
Jim would have liked that, I think. Jim would have been very happy. To stand trial for killing of 4 American hostages, Peter Kasich, Stephen Sotloff, James Foley, and Kayla Mueller. As many of you know, Kayla came from right here.
No, he does not know what hypersonic missiles are.
Prescott, Arizona. Beautiful, beautiful girl. And we're deeply moved, and she's been thought of all the time. Her family, as you know, her mother and father came and they spoke beautifully at the Republican National Convention. But we're deeply moved to be joined by her incredible and loving family, her dad, Carl, her mom, Marcia, and the entire family. We will hold Kayla's precious memory in our hearts forever. Just special. Please stand, please. Please. Please.
So much meaning in this. Please, please.
Please. You look younger since I last saw you, you know? Look at you, you look very good. I want to thank you very much. What an incredible story. And you said if we were here earlier instead of Obama, she would have been with us today. She would have been with us today.
No.
That's true. That's true.
No, it isn't.
They could have done that. They didn't do it. They just talk. They talk all the time. They don't do it. I want to thank you very much. Incredible. Her memory will never, ever be forgotten, right?
Right.
And what a story it is. What a vicious story. What a horrible story. But he's dead.
No.
We also took out. They've been looking for him for many years. He was the founder of ISIS, and he was rebuilding it because we obliterated the ISIS, 100% of the ISIS caliphate, and he was.
Mm-hmm. Pardon me. Finishing my food, but showing you something. Mm-hmm. One second. There we go.
Looking to build it again, and we got him. And you know, the guys that got him, I mean, a story that not a lot of people know, I think it was Kayla's birth date, right? They used the birth date as the number, and they talked that number, that specific number. That was their code name for.
It's a friend of Summers. I posted the link on my Twitter feed. I'll have to get. I can't bring up the page right now, or it will crash what I'm doing. But I posted it on my Twitter feed, and I will retweet it.
Taking out this horrible al-Baghdadi, right? Great honor. They don't do that often. They don't do that often, but they used her birth date, and then they took him out. They didn't play games, and a dog on that one became more famous than I did, and that's good. That dog was a hell of a dog, and still is. We also took out the mass murder of American troops and a lot of other people and a lot of other troops. Soleimani is dead. Soleimani, another one. And I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal. I recognize the true capital of Israel.
If you can't see that because it's too small, it says 10 hours ago. Just so you know.
Opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Every president talked about that for decades.
Yeah, we've done
decades, and then
I don't care.
For a tiny fraction of the cost, you know.
Yeah,
52 years they
keep
were
building
talking.
and
Police were forging peace in the Middle East.
of
Nations are
no-
joining one after
no
another.
blood in the sand.
The fact is, I did more in 47 months than Sleepy Joe Biden did in 47 years, except what he did for himself.
Jealous much?
A vote for Republican is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, and a limitless future for all Americans.
Also, platitude, platitude, platitude.
And this is such an important state. If we win this state, we win
Yeah,
it.
Ruth, he's exactly like a drunk guy at a bar.
Oh, this is such an important state. And I happen to love this state. So in conclusion, over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. It's already started.
Yeah, the rest of the world isn't going to be manufacturing as much in China either because of COVID.
We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms. Second Amendment. We will strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens, and we will keep America out of endless foreign wars. They're
Places
coming
you've never
home.
heard of.
They're all coming home.
Places you've never heard
We
of.
will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength, and that's what we have.
That's so good, so great.
We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency, which is even more important, you will find, than health care, and it's already signed. I did it. Goes into effect on January 1st. I said, couldn't you have made it like a little back further? They said, statutorily, sir. But it's already signed.
You could have done it last year or the year before, but then your party would have struck it down.
And done. Nobody can believe it. Further reduce the cost of prescription drugs. Favored nations. Drug companies don't like me too much.
Yeah,
America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars.
An astronaut.
Happening quickly.
Astronauts are, that sounds dirty.
And we now again with NASA.
Hi, Amy. I saw that one. Sometimes it goes by very fast, and I can't scroll back as much as I like in the Facebook chat. I apologize if I miss anything, but hello.
By far the preeminent space center anywhere in the world, not even close, and it was closed. It was dead. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our country, honor our history, and always respect our
great American flag. And then in God we trust.
We will live by the timeless words of our national motto.
Years
you had a president who apologized for America.
Now I'm standing up for America. Right.
People of Arizona.
Says in
your
there.
co-workers, get your boss. Get out and vote. Get out there right away.
You left the lazy boss story off tonight.
Right away, right now. From Phoenix to Flagstaff, from Tombstone to Prescott, from Mesa to Yuma to
Mesa? Seriously, dude?
Tombstone to Prescott, from Mesa to Yuma to Red Rock.
Mesa?
Sedona and all over the place. This is so beautiful. How good is this place, huh? You got the most beautiful. Sedona. We stand on the shoulders of red-blooded American patriots who poured out their heart, sweat, and soul for our liberty and our freedom. This great state was settled by some of the toughest men and strongest women ever to walk on the earth. Jim, are you
The
from
debate commission is going to mute mics so that when they speak for 2 minutes, they're uninterrupted.
Originally? Because you're tough. You're so tough. You close enough. He's close enough. He's so tough. Arizona is where
Great. That was a nice moment, wasn't it?
Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday became American legends. Wyatt Earp, right? That's a good one. That's a good one to have. It's where
That's a good one to have. Oh boy, get out. Can you get a supercut of all the times he says get out and play it if he loses? I'd love to do that. That's a
Great
good idea.
American West became the American dream. And Arizona is the state where generations of pioneers and prospectors and miners and ranchers, cowboys and cattle hands, marshals and lawmen tamed the frontier, braved the blazing sun like I'm doing right now. I'm going to pay for this. I'm going to pay for this. See, I'm giving you the full show. I could have left here a half an hour ago. I'm giving you, I said the hell with it. When you see me tomorrow and I look like a lobster, remember you did it. And showed the entire world how the West was won. They helped make America into the greatest nation in the history of...
All right, yeah.
Proud citizens like you helped build this country. And together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people.
Totally.
With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting. And we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning.
Yeah.
We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Arizona, we have made America powerful again. We have made America wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Arizona. Get out and...
Oh, they're putting down the teleprompters. They brought in the good ones. So we can... Oh, Jesus. Oh boy, here we go, baby. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. Look out. We're gonna shake it. Double hand job. Do a hand job. Back and clap, 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 clappity clap. We're gonna clap, 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 and ready. Point, thumb. Yeah, wait. And clap, clap, clappity, clappy, clappy, clap. Pointing, point, point. Thumb and thumb. Clappy, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Time to dance, and we're gonna bit dance now. Do bit, do. Point, point, point is flappy. You people over there, hey, wave. Waving, 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 waving. Disney princess, clap, clap, clappity, clap, 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 clap. You bitty do, big clap. Point, clap, 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 clap. Hand job, hand job, hand job for you. Bye. Okay, I can't do all these hand jobs all the time. Bye. I don't have people behind me. Point, thumb, thanks, bye. It's like point, thumb, thanks, bye. Okay, there we go. Like doing the hand gestures from Close Encounters. Clap, clap, waving my waist. And you wanna get a picture as we walk off the thing, and they're gonna get the pictures. Oh, you're screwing up the shot. This is his production crew for campaign ads, because they can't afford campaign ads, so they're taking advantage of all these things, and then they'll release a video of him leaving this and getting on the helicopter because they want this shot. Or is that a little mini Piper Cub or something? No, okay, so he's going in the helicopter. Behind that's another airplane. but he's going to go and get on the helicopter. So they're taking all this footage so they can use it in ads. So the ads they make are hilarious and ridiculous. I'm going to let you guys go in a minute. It's totally drunken sign language. It's exactly what it is. So thanks for the stars today over on Facebook. I appreciate that, guys. We've got a goal over there to try and get about 1,000 if we can regularly, because they're teeny. So if you have some to give, then please fire away. I appreciate it. Thank you. And then everybody over here, thanks for the new Robert for the bits, and Gail for the bits, and Mark, and Deck Girl, and Jillian. Thank you guys so much. Yep, there he goes. And then they just walk them off. Look, it's so good. This is so good. You're going to jump back over here. Get back to this stuff. D&I Ratcliffe. Whatever. Oh, I want to show you guys. I'll send you off with this. And it's usually I like to finish with something nice. But I'll show you one quick thing. This is the thing that I watched. One. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. So this is Rudy Giuliani's blog show thing. And I want to, I'm not going to put you through the whole thing because it's ridiculous and hilarious. And if you want to watch it without any of my commentary and you think anything he's saying has any validity and you're that insane, have at it. Nothing is standing between you and watching this whole goddamn thing. But I watched the whole thing just because I hadn't seen any of these. I know he's had this thing for a while. But, so these are folders over here behind my Venmo sticker. You'll just have to take my word for it. Here, I'll move it over here. There it is. So he's got little folders right here. And then he's got a couple of little folders right here. And these are his Hunter Biden folders. And this is, you just got to take his word for it that there's a lot of stuff in here, guys. A lot of stuff. You know, and you're just going to have to, he's not going to show you. But you got to take his word for it. Now, there's lots of evidence in here. Now, he could hold these papers up and show you, or they could even use like the graphics ability that they have like here, or like I have to show a screen behind me because I'm a grown-up with some semblance of production experience. But this is called Rudy Giuliani's Common Sense. And he always has a liquor right off the corner there, just right out of shot. And in this, he talks, this is his big Hunter Biden reveal.
Very important one.
That's so good.
We're going to summarize the state of the evidence at this point against the Biden.
At this point, people, he's had this hard drive for a year, but we don't even know.
Crime family.
Oh, yeah, the Biden crime family is the worst. I mean, honestly, you thought Hillary was bad.
Really mounted up since the disclosures of the emails and texts and photographs of Hunter.
You mean the ones that came over on the thumb drive that Ron Johnson brought back on 4th of July last year? Or, all right, go ahead.
Biden. And now things that were proven by witnesses, documents, and videotapes that were ignored and lied about by the press.
Lied about.
Now proven by Hunter Biden's own words.
No. So you had a bunch of people say some shit in your little documentary, and then you went about concocting the evidence afterwards, and you gave a hard drive similar to this, we're assuming, to the FBI last year, and they've had it this whole time, and nothing struck them as hinky about it.
Let me assure you that this is his hard drive.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I feel better. Yeah. Sure. Why wouldn't I think otherwise?
It was given to my lawyer.
Your lawyer? The dude said he handed it to you after he gave it to the FBI. He gave it to you and then he gave it to the FBI. He gave a copy. No, okay, wait. He gave you a copy and he gave a copy to the FBI. But you have the real one. But it was not given to you. It was given to your lawyer. Okay, everybody catch up.
By the gentleman who had repaired it.
Uh-huh. He repaired the laptop itself. He had a keyboard issue, and this resulted in him going, okay, we'll figure out.
It had been left behind by, he says, a drunken Hunter Biden, who came.
No, he says he doesn't know. You're the one who says a drunken Hunter Biden. Which, by the way, if you're legally blind, looks a shit ton like a drunken Don Jr. I'm just going to say.
And had a very hard time even signing, and did describe what he wanted.
Oh, you mean the person who dropped it off wasn't really Hunter Biden, and when the guy asked for him to sign something, didn't want to fake a signature because it wouldn't look anything like Hunter Biden's signature, you mean? And the invoice that he has doesn't actually have a signature on it? You mean that part? Jesus Christ.
He came back one time to...
He did? Okay.
Supply a keyboard, and then...
Supply a keyboard to a laptop. All right, I was buying it up to this point. I was believing this for a second. You had me, Rudy. But once you said supply a keyboard to a laptop that a repair shop is fixing because they can't get into the laptop because they don't have a spare keyboard laying around at the... Huh? So people bring their broken laptops to this shop that allegedly exists. And apparently this laptop shop, if the keyboard on the laptop, I'm just warning you, consider this a Yelp review, that if you bring in your laptop to be fixed, and the keyboard is the part that's busted, you're kind of screwed. I mean, yeah, because he can't get into it. Your thyroid, okay, it looks swollen, just say it. My what?
After it was repaired, he never returned, even though there was substantial notices to return.
Ew. First of all, was
computer
the
board
broken, or was the
computer board?
Okay, that I need to know. Secondly, he came back to bring a keyboard. He was apparently not inebriated this time. He didn't sign for the keyboard, but when he brought in the keyboard, so he brought in the USB keyboard to access what was on the laptop, but then never came back for it. But was the laptop fixed by the time he came back later?
After a while, when the gentleman heard things on the news suggesting that the Bidens may or may not have been involved in criminal activity.
Yeah, that's what happened. Okay, so this guy just happened to be like flipping channels, and we're like, oh my God, this is like when you watch Unsolved Mystery and you realize it's your neighbor.
He became very concerned that possibly he was holding some kind of illegal material.
Yeah, he was worried that he might have some sort of illegal material because he thought that this international criminal who was engaged in massive billion-dollar deals on multiple continents would drop off his laptop full of criminal evidence of criminality, and then never pick it up.
So it was now his property.
Yeah, of course. Possession of something that's given to you on a dark and stormy night by a blurry stranger is 9/10 of the law.
According to the contract signed by Hunter Biden, which we have right here.
The contract signed by Hunter Biden, who could barely sign his own name apparently, but it's a totally legit signature. And not at all a printed copy that's been photoshopped twice. Not
the property was abandoned.
So it's his, yeah. So I don't know why Rudy just doesn't call this world's dumbest criminals.
And property that's abandoned under the law becomes the property of the person that's in possession of it. So
that's weird. That's so funny because I found a hard drive last week and I was like, I don't know if I should look at this. It might be mine. Oh, okay, good, Brad. I understand, but I believe you wouldn't be snarky about that, but I am fine. Thanks.
He had every right to listen to what was there and look at what was there, and he was shocked. What he saw, he says, were clear evidence of crime, clear evidence that the Bidens were lying over and over again. And then
what? And then so he watches Fox News. He voted for Trump. He watches nothing but Fox News. Hunter Biden walks in, doesn't really think much of it. I mean, it is the former vice president's son, and this dude voted against the next Democrat, and is an active Trump 2020 fan. But it didn't occur to him even that Hunter Biden's laptop would have any.
The photographs, clear evidence of criminal activity.
Photographs, clear evidence of criminal activity. Okay. You mean
and
smoking,
some activity.
You mean the crack smoking? The alleged crack smoking?
I probably would have a hard time describing and really should be left to more private discussion.
Let me guess. You're going to start describing it right now. It's who the shit dropped something in the house. Martha, I'm filming in here.
To more private discussion. In short, what the photographs display is a Hunter Biden who is a very serious, I would say, degenerate crack addict. What that means is,
what is it? What is? Yeah, guys, I've always wondered what does it mean to be a degenerate crack addict? And please don't let your lips be dry when you tell me.
He doesn't get rehabilitated.
No, nobody comes back from being a crack addict. I mean, you pretty much just have to shoot those people. I mean, if we've thought anything about, say what you want about the Philippines, but they know how to handle this. I mean, this is the message of Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump, that if your kid is a drug addict, or your brother, your friend, your daughter, if they were using drugs, there's really no coming back from it. I mean, it's best just to find a vet and have him put down.
When he goes into rehabilitation, there are even pictures of him going out at night and smoking crack. So it looks like all.
Okay. Hunter's own laptop has pictures of him sneaking out of rehab, smoking crack. Was he selfieing? Where was he posting these things? Honest to God. Hey, a hype train. Look at that.
In the period of time we're talking about, when he was making millions and millions and millions of dollars, there would be pictures of him sitting in a closet.
Millions and millions of dollars, and he's in a closet smoking crack.
Smoking dope or engaged in sex while smoking.
Not dope. And engaged in sex while smoking dope. These hippies running all over New York City.
Crack.
Yes. Good question. That is indeed Rudy's glory hole that he had installed in his office, so he never has to leave. That's a COVID modification, because Rudy couldn't go to the glory hole anymore, so he had one drilled in the wall. And then the neighbors can just walk by, hop in.
With the woman, sometimes on his own.
I'm sorry. On sex on your own is called masturbation. Sex on dope, sometimes on his own.
Crack with the woman, sometimes on his own.
Yeah, so you didn't want to talk about those things. Better not to explain. Don't tell people what's in those. That's good. It's good. I'm glad you decided not to describe what's in them.
It proves without any doubt that none of this money was intended for Hunter Biden. Because
no addicts, there are no situations where heads of large companies or millionaires are addicted to substances, especially cocaine. I mean, the last thing you see on Wall Street is some multi-billion-dollar hedge fund guy who snorts cocaine. I mean, you never see that. I mean, I watched The Wolf of Wall Street. This dude was all salads and iced tea the whole time. Like, if I had to watch this asshole eat one more Niçoise salad, I'm like, come on. Can't we at least watch him? RoboCop? Anybody?
Nobody would pay this guy $10.
Nobody would pay him $10. New.
I mean, you couldn't be sure if you gave him $10 to go get a bottle of milk for you, he'd come back.
Yeah, he'd just disappear. Are there any photos of milk in the apartment? Case closed.
So there's no way that some of the biggest criminals in the world are going to be paying him 10 to 14 million or 30 million or.
This looks like a LinkedIn video Rudy is putting up to try and win over the international criminal money market. Like, you guys don't want to, I know you're looking at other people, but I'm really the guy for you.
Investing in a $1.5 billion completely ridiculous private equity fund. So what commodity?
Completely ridiculous. I mean, it was profitable and it paid off and they got their money back. Plus, they earned money on their investments, but it was completely ridiculous.
Did Hunter have to sell? That's pretty easy, isn't it?
Yeah, his name. He can't, even if he was a degenerate crack addict, he couldn't disappear into Russia with the dude's money. So he's shepherding that. He gets a finder's fee for getting the investment management fee, taking the money from here, making sure it goes there. You sit back, you make sure it's handled properly. You speak to the company and the investors. You make sure that they're happy on both sides of that, and you oversee the spending of that. And that would be the thing. Thank you, Jaded. So yeah, that would be the job, actually.
The vice presidency of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Which his brother, which his uncle and Joe's younger brother had been doing for the prior 20 years. And that's why this is a crime family.
Terrible. I'm amazed. How did nobody spot this before? I mean, Rudy, why didn't you warn Obama that he was about to get in bed with one of the biggest crime families in Delaware?
I know their name's not Italian.
So you're jealous? You're being racist now?
But you know, crime, this RICO statute applies to political corruption. It applies to white collar crime.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and I believe it should have been used against Trump and therefore you. I mean, the whole point of you being his lawyer is so that you can cover for crimes. I mean, I've seen Midnight Run. I know how that shit works.
I am the first one to really use it to effectively bring down the mafia.
And then what happened to you?
The mafia.
You ran for president, you lost, and you hated McCain ever since, and you've been grinding against that, and Trump came along, and you guys both decided to team up.
Okay. Dealers, the Teamsters Union, the Fulton Fish Market.
Yeah, that's kind of how it went. Big mafia, drug dealers, the Teamsters, the Fulton Fish Market. It's kind of, what were you doing now? Busting the Girl Scouts because they didn't have enough Thin Mints?
Private carding industry. And then Wall Street. And then after that, United States congressmen and a substantial number of New York City officials and New York State officials, Republican and Democrat. Probably that's what got me elected mayor. I didn't do it for that reason, but that's what made me well known in New York and taught me what was wrong with New York. So I know.
You're what's wrong with New York.
The statute backwards and forwards, and this is a perfect case for it because this Biden family was engaging in the business of crime. And their commodity, Joe's public office.
Amazing.
And Joe.
And all during this time, he was paying taxes?
You will see shared in the proceeds.
Yeah. By the way, your glasses right now look like you're wearing fake mask glasses that have phony eyes on the lenses.
Which is clearly admitted by his co-conspirators.
Yeah? Who would those people be? The emails that you have?
So let me outline it for you.
Great. All right.
So that you'll be able to follow all of this.
Sorry about the
There'll be more than what I'm just saying, but I'm picking, four that will get the most prominence.
The 3 or 4 things.
And we're going to focus on when he was vice president of the United States.
Well, yeah.
Because that's where the big money was made.
Sure, why not?
Before he was vice president of the United States, he made substantial amounts of money through the lobbying of his brothers, the fact that his son had a no-show job for the major bank in Delaware, and Joe Biden was the only Democratic senator that lobbied in favor of banks against easing the
So do you have his
bankruptcy
punch
laws.
card? Wait, sorry, I said I wasn't going to interrupt, but do you have his actual? Did he punch in and out of work? We know this is a no-show job.
Democrats were in favor of that. Theoretically, they like to say they represent poor people. Well, Joe was representing the rich bank that was employing his son in a no-show job, which is how his drug addict son began his career, because nobody else would employ him.
His career as a drug addict? Is that a growth industry? Am I in the wrong business?
Because he'd be out 2-3 days a week, looking for crack.
Yeah, looking for crack, as you do. What?
Because he'd be out 2-3 days a week, looking for crack.
Yeah, you can't just go out once and get all your crack for the week. It's not like the friggin' grocery store. You gotta go through, you gotta at least every other day go crack hunting. Ew. This is, yeah. Who says looking for crack? Yeah.
It's a terrible problem. And
It is a terrible problem. Trying to find crack 3 times a week and all the time taking selfies of yourself. It's exhausting.
To pick on Hunter for being an addict, that's a terrible affliction.
But
as a father, I blame Joe Biden.
Well, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Clearly, any child who's addicted, their child is, it's definitely their fault. Their child overuses a substance in any way. That won't come back to haunt you or Trump later at all.
I say to myself, I don't know, if I had a child afflicted by that, wouldn't I take care of them and keep them in rehabilitation? And would I expose them to the most crooked man in the Ukraine, one of the most crooked people in China, to probably the most crooked.
What was that? Wait, what?
Crooked people in China, to probably the most crooked.
What was that? Why did he have a little Woody Woodpecker moment? Jesus Christ.
Woman in Russia. To probably the most crooked woman in.
That is a crack laugh. That is clearly, only a crack addict laughs like that.
Russia. Would I do that to a drug addict son?
Yeah, you probably would. I'm going to go with yes.
Because of greed? I don't know. I think this is Joe Biden's fault. But in any event, I have outlined 4 transactions here.
We got graphics. Now, they're not on the screen and in any way visible, but boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, he does have a pinky ring. He does touch this ring on his left hand a lot when he says this, which is probably Q code. We just don't know. I am not going to necessarily say that just because he wears a pinky ring, he's a pedophile. I'm just saying that I keep seeing tweets about pinky rings and pedophilia. I don't know that that's related, but I'm not a Q. I wouldn't know what all the codes are. But for the record, if you look across the top of this graphic right here, you'll notice that the text is cut off because the image that they have, they did not bother to shrink a little so that it would fit. They put it in 100% instead of dropping it down to 80%. Nobody in the house? Nobody couldn't ask through the glory hole after they're done? They're leaving, like, hey, know anything about Wi-Fi printers?
And these are the principal players that we can identify from the analysis we've done so far.
Okay, so in a year, this is the analysis we've done so far.
The texts and the emails and the photographs.
Maybe we will do more than this.
I have to say, we've analyzed about a quarter of it because it's very,
quarter of it in a year. We've had a quarter of it. I mean, it's a lot.
Very, very extensive. So what you have.
Couldn't do just a broad search. You know what I mean? Just like in the mail program, when you have his hard drive and you just open it up and you get all his passwords and you just go into the subject line and I don't know if he uses Apple Mail or whatever, but there's a little search bar in the upper right-hand corner. Just type crack in that, see what comes up. It'll save you a lot of time.
Very simply, and I'll summarize them really quickly, is
Okay, yeah, please. We don't have a lot of time.
let's call this Joe the Point Man.
Okay. Joe the Point Man.
Obama was very, very comfortable.
Handsome, articulate, smart, gifted.
With that designation, Point Man. So when we were negotiating to end our role in Iraq, it was
when were we doing that? The whole time?
really critical for the national security interests of the United States that we retain troops there.
Okay. All right. It was very important.
So that we could keep Iran from basically just creating an extension of the Islamic Republic of Iran's empire.
You mean running roughshod over the Iraqi government and taking over the territory?
And Joe Biden was sent to do that. Now, that was probably...
So he was sent to Iraq to make sure that Iran did not take over Iraq. And of course, we all know what happened. Iran took over Iraq. It's all a matter of record at this point.
Very foolish decision by President Obama, because Joe Biden honestly had never succeeded at any negotiation ever. Robert Gates...
And little did he know, this would be his first successful negotiation ever.
His co-cabinet member in the Obama administration, probably commenting on this and any number of other things, including his opposition to killing bin Laden.
No, he wanted to delay the attack so that, because they were actually dropping soldiers into a walled compound, he didn't want them to die and the guy not turn out to be there, so he wanted another drone pass.
Said that Joe Biden had never been correct on any matter of foreign policy in his entire life.
Except for the surge.
That's a quote from his fellow cabinet member.
You can't stay away from this. This is not fake news propaganda. This is the dissection. This man is serious information for you. Guys, come on. They must have spent 2.5 minutes throwing this graphic
Well, he went to Iraq.
And he's looking at it. I mean, this is really what a graphic is for. Isn't a graphic for you to keep your story straight? Yeah, PowerPoint presentations, I mean, honestly, most people would put them up here if they wanted the people they were talking to know the information. But that's not what this is for. This is so he can keep track of the bullshit.
He was supposed to negotiate this agreement that the Iraqis would allow 10 to 20,000 American troops to stay behind and have immunity from prosecution so they couldn't get caught in the crossfire between the Sunnis, the Shia, and the other elements there.
And?
Of course he failed.
You mean the Iraqis wouldn't give them immunity so our soldiers couldn't kill their citizens and never be tried? Which many believe was a strategy that the Obama administration knew full well the Iraqis would not agree to. So that gave us a reason to get out.
But the Biden crime family came out of it really good. Really good. James, his brother, who had no experience in housing, was all of a sudden miraculously made part of a $1.5 billion, seems like a convenient number for them.
Yeah, it's easy for you to remember. Doesn't mean it actually happened, but okay.
$1.5 billion housing deal in China, in Iraq, and of course, like Hunter, James had no experience in building houses. He was a sleazy lobbyist on K Street, and
a sleazy lobbyist. Now, is that different from a regular lobbyist? Is it kind of like it's like your variance in crack addicts and the quality of them?
Sleazy advisedly, because it's all over the newspapers if you care to ask, and every time it would come up, Joe would say, I don't...
Yeah, I often, when I'm walking by a newspaper, I look at the newspaper and I go, tell me something, and they never talk back.
My family's business. After a while, that becomes kind of a...
And guys, I don't think I have to tell you guys, you're all aware of the no-bid contracts that the Obama-Biden administration did during the beginning of the Iraq War that... no, that was Halliburton and Dick Cheney. Sorry, my bad. Okay.
Incredible answer, doesn't it? Well, then, of course, we have the Russian situation. So that's the Iraq situation.
Okay. All right. Great. That's the Russian situation. Okay.
The money goes to his brother.
What's his name? Yeah. What's his name?
As you will see,
Yeah, it's right there in the picture, Rudy. I mean, you don't even I don't even know why you're still talking. Anybody could look at that and believe it. I mean, it's right there. Look, I'm sorry, guys, I'm blocking it. So see that? Iraq to guy in tuxedo, right to Biden. I mean, you could tell. I mean, follow the finger. I mean, come on.
About half that money will end up in the pocket of Joe Biden.
Okay. Is it in any of his taxes or in any of his holdings or in any accounts that we're aware of? Okay.
As well as James.
So, I mean, has he got a giant mattress full of billions of dollars? That's what I'm concerned
will be
about.
Responsible
Not because I don't think he doesn't deserve one, but because I'm worried about his lower back.
Some of the Biden family expenses. Because Joe didn't
the expenses. Crack is fairly cheap, I will say, though.
pay for much. This would be a good time to take
Wait a minute, what?
the Biden family expenses. Because Joe didn't pay for much.
Oh, not only is he an international criminal, he's cheap. Now it's a good time to take a break. This is the part that, I mean...
This would be a good time to take a short break.
Wouldn't it?
If you want a good cigar, go to a good cigar shop. You want the best, go to Famous Smoke Shop. Let Famous Smoke deliver your favorite cigars right to your doorstep at America's lowest prices.
I did not
Famous opened in 1939 as a small shop in New York City. Today, it's the largest privately held American-owned cigar business in the country. That's 80 years experience in the cigar business. And they're putting that experience...
Come on. Come on. This looks like I made this up. This looks like come on. I didn't do this. I did not do this. I did not do this. Okay, and I'm guessing this is the other side of the same room, but I wouldn't doubt also that this might be at the smoke shop and they just pre-shot this, although he is in the same tie. So they did take a break. He went and sat and smoked a cigar, and then he got back to it later, or whatever. That is a crack cigar if I've ever seen one. I am not, just tell the truth, you got fucked. No, I know. That is... I'm not an expert on drugs any more than Rudy is, although he is smoking drugs right now. That is a crack cigar if I've ever seen one.
To work for you.
If you want to be a symbol of health just like me, smoke these things. They're what keep lead in my pencil and hair on my dome.
Deals on the cigars you love. From
You'll
affordable...
love. Slow motion video, like, okay, same friggin' tie, unless he wears it every day. He definitely smoked this during the break of whatever this, even if it was before or after when they did the ads and they put them together after they did this ridiculousness. But they had time to shoot this shit. They can't frame the entire criminal case against an international crime family on a friggin' piece. They can't put it up on a graphic on the goddamn screen.
Everyday smokes to high-end luxury cigars.
Seriously.
For your next special occasion.
Yeah, it is exactly why his teeth are all scary.
Go to famous-smoke.com/Rudy.
/Rudy.
And click the activate button to apply the promo code.
Whoa.
Pick from more than 1,000 cigar brands, fresh and ready to ship from Famous Smoke's climate-controlled 24,000 square foot humidor.
And as we like to say in the glory hole business, stick to the wet end.
Check out with the promo code.
I'm sorry.
Rudy20. That Rudy, R-U-D-Y, 20.
Oh, that's how Rudy is spelt.
And get $20 off your order. Every cigar.
No. Okay, asshole. You can't screw up the legalese of that, Mr. Prosecutor. $20 off your order, over $100. The code doesn't work unless you buy $100 worth of cigars. What a bunch of bullshit.
20. And get $20 off your order. Every cigar.
No, that's a lie. You You can get in major trouble for that. You can be sued now. You owe everybody who ordered $60 worth of cigars $20, Rudy. Class action lawsuit, people.
You make is backed by the famous freshness guarantee.
And if anything says freshness guarantee, it's this man's face.
Cigars from a real cigar shop. Shipped direct to you.
Ah, God damn it. View from the glory hole.
From Famous Smoke Shop. Go to
Famous Smoke Shop, you asshole. Listen.
Shipped direct to you from Famous Smoke Shop.
He just said Famous Smoke Shock. This is so awful.
Go to famous-smoke.com/Rudy. That's famous-smoke.com/Rudy.
Dude, if they can't spell, oh, and this is the money shot at the end. If they can't read that across the bottom, they're not going to understand how to operate a computer and go to a website, you asshole.
That's famous-smoke.com/Rudy. Thank you.
That was the big money shot at the end where he's like, oh, look at that. But they cut out early because they were like, it didn't look good. Either that or he farted right after he put it in his mouth, and they're like, that's not helping us at all.
Returning to our discussion of the Biden crime family.
Mm-hmm.
The second one we have is Russia. Russia is a little cloudy.
Yeah. Is it?
Don't know what.
Russia's a little cloudy. You mean if you admit you know what's going on over there, people will immediately become suspect of your bullshit, so you have to pretend you don't know what's going on?
Is Russia.
Okay.
Russia is a little cloudy.
Yeah, sure.
Don't know it as well. We're just digging it out, but it's quite...
Yeah, I mean, I barely know the place. It's not like my client... Thanks for subscribing. It's not like my client has, a beauty pageant over there and his son spent a lot of time. They said they get the majority of their finances from there. None of that. I don't really... is there a Russia? I don't know.
That Hunter Biden received $3.5 million.
Rosemont Seneca received $3.5 million, of which Hunter Biden was a partner at the time for consulting fees from the wife of the mayor of Moscow, who your client, Donald Trump, has been trying to get in business with forever, but the guy won't. Apparently, he has this weird thing about peeing in beds and stuff, and he thinks it's bad luck. But let's just be abundantly clear. What Rudy just said is a material lie. And if this was a court case, and he knows this because he was in a couple back when he used to have two brain cells knocking together that didn't have a cigar between them, the glory hole is haunting me right now. It's really, I'm afraid something's going to come out of it at this point, and it's not going to be a cigar. It's just concerning. If Rudy was in a courtroom, they would say, objection, overruled, state's evidence not in, state's facts not in evidence. And the judge would say, sustained, and they would have to drop it. But Rudy would go, well, I got it in there. You can't unhear that.
Wife of the
mayor of Moscow.
The former mayor of Moscow, since.
Mm-hmm. Now, you have a real problem, Rudy. Your client wants to work with the mayor of Moscow, and your client also loves Vladimir Putin. And how are you going to thread this needle? This will be curious.
Katerina Baturina.
Katerina Baturina. Skibbly doodly bump. Katerina Baturina, don't you know? She had a big thing and she liked to show. Katerina Baturina going to show tonight. Like, come on. Katerina Baturina? Really? Really? I understand, Melissa.
Katerina is quite a character. I mean, she's now considered the wealthiest woman in Russia. Probably the most dangerous woman in Russia.
Sexy. So let me get this. Okay, so she, years ago, had some money to invest. Managed to get some of it out of Russia, apparently. Paid it to Rosemont Seneca for advice on where to invest her money. And because of that advice she sought and got, she is now the richest woman in Russia. I mean, maybe we would have all been better off if she didn't ask Don Jr. for advice and she'd be broke. I mean, wouldn't the world be a better place?
She more or less double-crossed her husband to get him out of office. And
oh, what a terrible thing. She double-crossed her husband, that bitch. And now she's rich and dangerous? Double-crossed her husband. What a terrible thing.
placate Putin.
Oh, to placate
Putin actually.
Wait, she double-crossed her husband to placate Putin, but is that a bad thing? Placating Putin is now bad?
I'd had a good reason to get rid of her husband because her husband, who I
wait, hold on. What?
She might have had a good reason to get rid of her husband because her husband, who I knew because he was a mayor of Moscow when I was mayor of New York, her husband was really out of control crook.
Oh, okay. So sorry. At the behest of Vladimir Putin, she double-crossed her out-of-control crook husband, and now she's rich and dangerous. What the shit is this? Seriously. I mean, I know. We're talking to a man who's married to his first cousin. But I think it's a first cousin, right? He married a cousin, right? Isn't he married to his cousin? Right. But
I mean, he was taking money from
okay,
Putin's friends. Not a good idea.
Okay, so this woman who was seeking investment advice from Rosemount Seneca double-crossed her super crook husband, who's Rudy used to know and hang out with, but he was like a super crook, and she double-crossed him at the behest of Vladimir Putin, but she probably had a good reason to do it, but she's also awful. As my father would say,
got him out. She became even closer to Putin as a result of that. So when you
oh, okay. So let's be abundantly clear then. Let's put a pin in this right here. Put it on your. Let's make a little note on your little list there, Rudy. Being close to Putin, bad. Gotcha. Okay, understood. Right. Anybody who considers themselves close to Putin, or even want to be close to Putin, or even try to be close to Putin, is a bad person and dangerous. Oh, he's a second cousin. Okay. Is a bad human being. You got it. All right, Rudy, you tell him, man. Anybody who wants to be close to Vladimir Putin, awful. Gotcha. With you. Understood. Go on.
That $3.5 million, I want you to remember, it's coming from one of Putin's allies.
Oh. So money from one of Putin's allies is bad. Okay.
Remember?
All right. I'm not going to forget that. Absolutely. I'm with you. Keep at it.
Russian collusion? That the Democrats charged the president with?
Yeah.
There was no Russian collusion, right? We now know from the Brennan note that Hillary made that up.
No, that's not what they said at all. But again, we're not even arguing that, because here's the thing. If there was Russian collusion, I'm starting to get a aneurysm.
But even more galling than that.
Oh, it's galling.
No Republican got any money from Russia.
No Republican got any money from Russia. That would be easy to check, one would think. No Republican got any money from Russia. Now, I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you think Don Jr. and Eric Trump, we get money from Russia. I'm just going to, so no Republican got any money out of, no Republican got any money out of Russia. And it's terrible that like a son would go over there and get some money that, oh my God. What's this now? Eric Trump in 2014. Gee, why does 2014 sound, What is 2014 about? Oh, yeah. 2014 is the year that Obama passed the VA Choice Act. Anyways, anyway, gang. President Trump's son, Eric, once told a golf writer that the funding for Trump golf courses came from Russia. That writer recounted in a new interview. James Donson said, okay, we walk in there. Eric, who's funding? I know no banks, because of the recession, the Great Recession, have touched a golf course. You know, no one's funding any kind of golf construction. It's dead in the water the last 5 years. And this is what he said. Well, we don't rely on American banks. We have all the funding we need out of Russia. I said, really? He said, oh, yeah. We got some guys that really, really love golf, and they really invested in our programs. We just go there all the time. We just go there all the time. Okay, so no Republican, but I mean, this might just be Rudy outing Eric as a possible Democrat who maybe got coffee, which if you saw any of the things Eric has said on television, distancing yourself from him, as you know, it would be right in Trump's orbit. Okay, so anyways, there we go.
These characters got $3.5 million.
These characters, Rosemont Seneca got $3.5 million for what? Investment advice, which they gave her, and now she's rich? Weird. It might be the biggest crime of the century is how successful the Bidens are at investment advice.
Putin's best friend.
Oh, his best friend. I thought that his best friend was his chef who murders people. But Katerina Barina, what does she like to dance for?
And the press doesn't care.
No, they don't care about Katerina Barina, Cappuccino. They don't know. They need to. Why aren't the American press looking into Katerina Fabrina, the Cappuccino Queen of San Jose? All right, I don't know what the fuck.
Press doesn't care.
They don't care. They don't care. They don't care that Vladimir Putin has a best friend, and all they do, and you know, look, Rudy and I agree on it. Anybody who gets along with, you know, or wants to be friendly with, especially buddies, you know, if they get along, they respect each other, gross.
Actually, it's a little more than 3.5 million.
Oh, it's more. Well, how much is it?
It's closer to about 3.8 because there were 2 launder payments that I think can be easily proven.
Okay, first of all, Rudy, I don't know who set up your microphone, but you leaned in and over it and muffled the whole goddamn thing during that whole exchange. Not only do you have a printed out piece of paper that doesn't match the dimensions of the piece of paper you're holding, but you squashed your mic for a whole chunk of stuff. It's only because I've watched this before that I know what you said.
And we still don't know why.
No, get used to that.
Because Biden lied about it during the debate when he said there was no such transactions. I don't know if Joe thinks that, you know, he can just say this, and because the press is like sickeningly on his side as the moderator.
They're sickingly. It's sicking. They are sickingly. Can't say the word way he says it without choking a little bit. Is that a vampire thing?
It was. Nobody's going to really pay attention to the documents that show the money.
Do you have documents that show money? So far, I see 8 pictures and some flags.
But
okay,
we got them, Joe. And anybody interested in truth and fairness is going to want to see them.
Sure, I want to see them. Fire them up.
So now let's.
But why are you doing the Illuminati hand gesture? And why are you looking down at your graphic instead of showing it to the rest of us? You printed this for us.
Get to the Ukraine, which we've heard a lot about.
Oh, the Ukraine. Yeah,
probably can summarize that faster than anything.
Thank God. Wrap it up.
Ukraine.
Yeah.
Joe Biden was made the point man for the Ukraine.
Yep. That's right. Yep. He was made.
Every time you become a point man, U.S. loses because Joe can't negotiate properly.
What did we lose in Ukraine?
And the Biden family gets richer and richer and richer.
Terrible. Terrible. Family that enriches themselves by committing no crimes. It's the cruelest trick of all, really.
That's what happened in the Ukraine.
Okay.
So this big crook in the Ukraine,
sure,
a pro-Russian Ukrainian who was building up this big oil and gas business corruptly while he was a minister of government, giving it to his own company.
Right.
When the government fell, when the pro-Russian government fell, he had to run away. He ran away with $5 billion.
Yep.
And control of the company, which he controlled from Cyprus.
Mm-hmm.
He was deathly afraid that the new government would seize it from him. And they were beginning to do that. And he had to find a way to protect himself. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, Obama appoints the point man, who's batting 0.000 batting average.
That means he would never have actually swung a bat.
Appointed.
Okay.
To give him a chance to get out of his slump, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
They appoint.
It's a batting slump, like any other negotiation.
Point man for Ukraine. He's supposed to do 2 things.
Okay, 2 things. What's he
He's
doing?
supposed to
He's doing the what?
dole out the billions that are going to need it to keep Ukraine going. Because when Yanukovych and his pro-Russian oligarchs, crooks, and organized criminals.
You mean like Paul Manafort, who worked for Yanukovych and whose idea it was to shoot Ukrainian citizens during the Maidan, during the protests? You mean that guy? I mean, who would even think about hiring a guy like that?
Including the guy who turns out to be the Biden's partner, Flea. I'm told they left $800,000 in the bank. I mean,
they just left it?
Zlochevsky took 5. The guy who ran the bank, Kolomoisky, took 12. The president himself, Yanukovych, took about 15.
Right.
They laundered this over a period of time.
Right.
So the guy is deathly afraid that his business is going to be taken away. They're going to seize his money in all different parts of the world.
Right.
Nobody to really protect him within Ukraine. It's taken over by a new government. Poroshenko becomes the president at that point.
Yeah, Rudy, that was much better. The pocket square had drifted down, and I'd lost focus, honestly. But thank God it's there because it draws my attention away from the glory hole. Okay, keep going.
I actually think Poroshenko may be honest. Boy, that turns out to be wrong. And
okay, this is just like Rudy's sad relationships. This is like, I thought Carol was the one, and then I end up with all my shit on fire on the lawn, and sold my cigars to Steve.
at that point, they actually think Poroshenko may be honest. Boy, that turns out to be wrong. And so he's got to have somebody. And all of a sudden, Biden comes on board. Biden's the perfect guy. Obama gives him control over all the money going to the billions of dollars that Ukraine's going to need to survive. Joe Biden's in control of it. So he's given the job of distributing that money effectively.
Right.
He's given the job of reducing corruption in Ukraine.
And is there less corruption in Ukraine after he's done? There is, right? I mean, good God.
Given a job to help the Ukrainians against the continuing Russian incursion in the Ukraine.
Uh-huh.
I don't need to tell you he failed in all those, right?
No. Like, Burisma isn't a corrupt company anymore. Ukraine's actually functioning. They had a functional election. They elected a comedian. Good guy.
Didn't stop the Russian incursion. In fact, he wouldn't even give them shooting weapons. So basically...
That's because during that time, they were still having the Russian sock puppets run it, and they were afraid that those weapons would end up killing more Ukrainians than they helped. You just said that part.
Under his
but that's right. I'm sorry.
Regime and
regime, right? Just say
and
that.
Obama's, the Ukrainians were fighting for their survival with slingshots. The weapons were supplied by Donald Trump.
Donald Trump gave them slingshots?
So that the Ukrainians could properly defend themselves.
I mean, after they elected a different president, which was the predicate that Congress had put on them getting lethal weapons, even though Paul Manafort had the offensive weapons part taken out of the RNC platform?
He also failed.
Anyways, where's the money? At this point, I understand, like, these are political wins or losses that you think exist, which are obviously hard air, but where's the cash? All right.
Reducing the corruption in Ukraine because he set up one of the most corrupt deals imaginable, which every Ukrainian knows about.
Sure.
And just about 90% of the American press covers up. It's the following.
Who's the 10% I can watch? This and another video show?
Zlochevsky decided the guy I got to buy is Joe Biden.
Okay.
And unlike the American press, he was very shrewd and not taken by political biases and hatreds. And he knew that Joe was for sale. Joe had been for sale for 30 years.
So this guy was unbiased, so the American press wouldn't buy off a politician. Bastards.
So he made a deal. The deal was that he would employ.
Stop leaning forward. You keep going in and out of your mic range, asshole. All right,
Joe Biden's just thrown out of the Navy son, just thrown out for drug dealing.
He was just thrown out, and then they gave him the money right away. That's what, like, it literally, did he land on the money? I hope so. Very soft. Did they pick him up? Did they find him in an Uber? Is this like Ford Fairlane? How did this work out?
Nobody else would employ him.
And nobody would employ the dude. You wouldn't send him to get a thing of milk because you wouldn't be sure he'd come back, but people were lining up to give him
and his business partner, who was close to the Secretary of State, and pump pretty close to 80,000.
Lean back, asshole. You've got a shotgun mic on the top of your camera because you won't wear a lapel clip like I do. Have some decency.
A piece. They keep saying 50,000. Wrong. 80,000 for each of them, which means 160,000 a month going to the Biden, John Kerry's stepson, and Devin Archer firm. So that's about $2 million a year to a guy that would have a hard time getting a job as a doorman.
Really? You think so? You do have a hard time getting a job as a doorman? I guess that applies to like Fred Trump as well. Like Trump's older brother, he was an alcoholic. He probably couldn't get a job anywhere, but he fell out of the bed a lot. That's what it was.
Given his history of drug abuse.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you don't hire Wall Street and international criminals do not hire people. Do not help him. Talking in the background.
So why was that money being paid to him?
Because investment firms oversee investments and they get to take a piece of it to guarantee the investment pays off. And it's such a large amount of money that even the large money that they seem to be getting was a pittance compared to the profits made from such an endeavor.
It's really clear. I mean, there's a text message that was put out.
Oh, a text message. All right.
With a lot of other things from the number.
Is there an LOL?
Two-person in Burisma to him.
Ooh, Burisma.
Text message says,
that name.
We're going to need you and Devin to use your influence. I have no influence. What's Hunter Biden's influence? I don't know about the Drug Rehabilitation Center.
See what he did there? The dude has lymphoma. Which person? When are we talking about, Bad Wolf?
Hunter Biden's influence is Joe Biden.
Oh.
And then he said,
Burisma.
Wait, no.
The company that his son worked for. That's Burisma.
A meeting.
But did he work at Burisma?
All documented by 8 text messages. Mm-hmm. He sets up a meeting with his father.
Yeah.
This is a major development, the discovery of those text messages, because Joe Biden denied for years that he ever met with, talked about, or knew about Burisma until the very end. Well, he knew about it from the very beginning.
Dun, dun, dun. His son is doing a multi-billion-dollar deal, and he knew the name of the company.
Because he knew how much he was going to get for it, too.
Oh, I see. That's the only reason you would know it. Like, who knows? I mean, honestly, my kid's crazy. He's 9. If he had $1 billion deal going on, I wouldn't know anything about it unless he was cutting me a piece, right?
And he was there to protect Zlochevsky, to make sure his business wasn't seized.
But it was seized. Zlochevsky left the country. Somebody else ended up running it. Biden's team was picked by somebody, and then they ended up having to leave because Biden, on behalf of the team, made a statement that they were going to beat down Russia's influence in the Ukrainian oil and gas sector, and they went about that and did it. And okay, never mind. Sorry, there's a crime. Text messages. Sorry, these are totally legit.
In the beginning of February of 2016, the the prosecutor Shokin
So good.
moved against the company.
Yep.
Remember the Biden said there was no investigation? A lie. There.
No, there were previous investigations. There were none that involved Hunter Biden and Rosemont Seneca as a company. Or, it wasn't their fault. If you walk into a bank and the bank is being robbed and they investigate the bank robbery, that doesn't mean you as a customer are being investigated for your part in a bank robbery because you walked in the process of a bank that was being robbed. Or do you? I don't know. You're the prosecutor. You tell me.
A document showing that the prosecutor Shokin seized the business on February 1st.
And Rosemont Seneca continued to run it along with other investment groups going forward. It's almost as if they were the legit business behind. I can't. I'm sorry. My bad. I'm doing it again. Crack. Say stuff about crack.
The prosecutor was gone. And Biden explains how.
Uh-huh.
Biden explains in a really stupid bragging statement to the council.
A public statement in front of a live audience at a taped event where he explains that your face is scaring the shit out of me right now.
On Foreign Relations or whatever it was.
Yeah, it was the Council on Foreign Relations. You know it was the Council on Foreign Relations. There wasn't a whatever it was. You know precisely it was at the Council on Foreign Relations. You have seen it. And if you watch it, Biden's in a chair in the middle of two other guys, and there's a little stand for water because they've been there for quite some time. There's a whole audience there. And the wall behind them has a lot of those symbols on the back of it that say Council on Foreign Relations so that you know what you're watching.
He tells them, I told Poroshenko, you better get rid of that prosecutor or you're not going to get your $1.2 billion loan that you need to survive.
Loan guarantee.
Poroshenko objected, said, you're not the president. I said, call him. Call him.
That's right.
This is like,
by the way,
Joe
very dramatic.
Very dramatic.
Very dramatic. Yeah, he said, call him, meaning you can call the president. You're going to get the same answer from him. I'm acting on his behalf. This isn't a personal shot. This isn't something, because I guess the guy could have called his bluff. Can we contact the State Department and the president and see if this is a rogue vice president that's telling me to do something just to protect his kid? I feel like I could make that phone call. Why did he never make that phone call? Well, because the Congress, the World Trade Organization, the World Bank, everybody was going, dude, this guy's a crook.
And Poroshenko thought about it and caved in.
You mean he thought about it and recognized that the vice president was there on a mission from the U.S. government and was expressing the will of the U.S. government and the people of the United States by their representatives?
And then from the other side of it, with the witnesses and the documents that we had over a period of several weeks.
We have the documents. All I'm going to say is Alex Jones looks like shit.
He fired Shokin. They say Shokin was corrupt. There's no evidence of that.
No. There's no evidence that Shokin was corrupt except the corruption and the fact that he left the country and stayed out of the country until Hunter Biden and everybody else left and he came back in and he still can't hold political office anymore. But there's no sign that he's corrupt in any way.
He was no more corrupt than anybody else.
Yeah, which, look, in the mob, was he the worst guy or the best guy? It's hard to really say. I mean, he wasn't any more corrupt than anybody in the Gambino family. You know what I mean?
Wasn't as corrupt as
his occasional whack job. Whatever you do.
Poroshenko, Biden's friend, Poroshenko took hundreds of millions in bribes. Went from being a millionaire to a billionaire. Basically, the theory about Poroshenko, and that's why he was defeated 70-30 in the election.
Yeah, and the United States up to that point was backing anybody who would run against
was that he
him.
took everything and didn't move. He was the biggest crook that ever ran Ukraine.
Jealous. All right, sorry.
And a great disappointment to the people who thought he would revive it. But Joe hung in there with him, and so did our crooked embassy. They were behind him.
Oh, that's what it is. Our embassy.
Because he was letting...
it was an embassy full of crooks.
Make a lot of money. So Joe does his deed. He gets the prosecutor fired. The prosecutor drops the case not only on Joe's son, but even more importantly, on the $5 billion thief who is able to come back to the Ukraine, keep his $5 billion, and keep his company. And that's why Joe got so much money.
Now is a good time to take a break.
And that money, much of it was for Joe Biden.
Yeah? Where'd it go? Did he spend it on both dogs?
I'm going to very shortly explain how the money was distributed in all these situations.
How's it go?
I think this would be a convenient time to take a short break.
I'm starting to think he shoots those little pieces beforehand.
I couldn't believe we were evicted from our home that we didn't even sell.
Jesus.
Those are the words of a homeowner, Deborah, when she learned she was the victim of home title fraud. It's a devastating crime that can cost you your home.
Look at these fraudulent houses. That's not even a house. That's like a Chinese dog statue with its big mouth there, and it's a big orange. That's not
title fraud is not covered by insurance or common identity theft.
What I just want to know is
the only folks to trust that I know of.
Why you would choose to dye your hair the color of your wall?
Your home's title is Home Title Lock. Cyber thieves have discovered the titles to our homes are kept.
Here's what I want to know. Why is he using the same color orange that Trump uses? Do they just share the same mortician? I mean, makeup artist?
Online. They forge your name on your deed stating you sold your home.
They do not.
And they refile as the new owner.
As the new
owner. In Deborah's case, she didn't even know she was a victim until the eviction notice arrived
I mean,
in
you
her
can't miss that. Look at that thing. That is an eviction notice. They don't even have to mail it. They just slide it under the door.
Home Title Lock protects.
Oh, they lock your house right in the Cleveland City Hall. Sorry. Oh, God. Friggin' Cleveland. I knew it.
You and your home by putting a virtual barrier.
Oh, that's a lovely place. That's Thomas Jefferson's house or whatever. That's where Sally stayed.
Around your home's title. The instant.
I'm just also saying the left side, rather froofy. The right side, matted down. I don't know if that's just a matter of... I'm just saying it looks uneven. There's something going on this side that's not going on the other side that kind of bothers me.
They detect tampering. They mobilize to shut it down.
Oh, God.
Go online to HometitleLock.com and
look at this. And look at the good and decent people that are selling this. Bill O'Reilly totally didn't pay a woman $30 million to hide whatever sex crime he did. Mark Levin, who is the winner of the higher voice than Ben Shapiro contest, and then the Eric Trump of Fox and Friends, Brian Kilmeade. So that's these people.
Your address to see if you're already a victim.
Am I a victim? I am a victim. I've spent time watching this, and it's time I will never get back.
Know it.
I don't know.
Then use code Rudy.
Rudy.
That's me.
Oh, that's him, Rudy. So that's in case you're watching this because you're like, this guy I don't know. I don't know who this guy is, but he looks sexy.
And sign up for 30 free days of protection. That's code Rudy at HometitleLock.com.
And they just faded out.
Thank you for returning to this discussion.
Oh, no, I would have never left. I didn't even need the ads, but I understand you got to make a living. By the way, please support whatever show this is turned into right now through your bits, cheers, stars, super chats. Is kind of, they can't do those right now. Venmos and other things. I'm doing my best. This is comedy. This is comedy bronze.
Of the Biden crime family.
Oh, good. Okay, that's I didn't want to make sure we stay on track.
The final one will...
Why did we cut to this angle? Hold on. I'm calling bullshit. What happened here? Okay, we're looking.
Of the Biden crime family.
What did they edit out? Why did you take out that? I mean, it was magic.
The final one we'll cover is the biggest one, and we'll cover it briefly.
Oh, good. I mean, we're wrapping this up. I think everybody feels a lot better that I think a lot of us feel better that we're rounding the corner on this, like we are doing with the pandemic, and I think we've all got it. I mean, might as well bring out the cleanup batter and finish this game early. You know what I mean? Like, I understand what you were talking about. Everybody in my audience knows what you're talking about. I'm sure everyone in your chat room knows what you're talking about, Rudy. This is, I mean, you could pretty much call it a night.
Because that's
I'm just going to go check whether my house has been stolen from
develop over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
We know we've been able to analyze two specific situations in China.
Thanks, Jillian.
There are at
Thanks,
least,
Mark.
conservatively speaking, 5 more business deals.
Okay.
Suffice it to say,
5 more business deals. He's still not showing us the graphic, but we just have to have faith in it, kind of like the Bible.
that from about 2014.
Hey, does anybody know if Rudy Giuliani's ever written a book? And was it recent? No, I think it was a while back, wasn't it? I can't remember. Did he ever have a book out? Why next to the glory hole does he have a red scarf box? Is that some sort of Q code, or is that just like old-fashioned, like you just wrap that around your junk to make things last longer?
2015 on. The Biden family.
Yeah, I know it's right behind him. That's the joke, is the book. Okay.
Member or another or a group of them.
By the way, all those books above him are, I'm guessing, law books from the state of New York, but they're actually all flasks. Like you take them off the thing and you unscrew the top and whoop.
Have been business partners with the Chinese Communist government through the Bank of China.
Uh-oh.
Or with leading members of the Chinese Communist Party.
Oh, no.
So when Joe Biden...
Leading members of the Chinese Communist Party. Okay.
And took his son over to China on Air Force Two, Joe Biden...
No one takes their family on foreign trips on Air Force One or Two. That's not done.
Went there again.
Especially when their children are of business age and run their business that's actually in their name, that become their investments after the fact.
To help the United States, to
Thanks,
have
Diane.
the Chinese move out of the islands they had militarized, and to give us some relief on tariffs and intellectual property. I don't have to tell you Joe failed, right? They expanded their military position in the islands.
They have recently.
And they raised tariffs.
They did that under Trump too, or we do assume that the $300 million that he got personally, not to invest, but just to have from Chinese banks, had anything to do with that? Are we supposed to? I guess not. No.
Definitely.
Can JFK Jr. lean in at the end of this and give him a thumbs up? I think it would help Rudy's credibility. I agree.
In the new.
He should just lean in. Hi, I'm John F. Kennedy Jr. I'm dead. Are you worried about your house burning down because you don't have insurance because you were smoking in bed with these kind of cigars? All right.
Papers at the time, so you don't have to take my word. Joe failed for the U.S. Hunter, however, did really well for the Biden crime family, because when Hunter returned to New York, within 8 days of returning, he got a letter from the Bank of China, who pledged $1 billion to his completely crooked private equity firm made up of him, John Kerry's stepson, Devin Archer.
Devin Archer.
Who's since been convicted of fraud. And
you do realize Donald Trump has been convicted of fraud as well.
Eddie Bulger's
he had to shut down his university.
nephew. And nobody
He wasn't convicted. He was just sued for fraud.
took any notice of it in the crooked Obama administration.
Did it result in any criminal activity financially? Because that would be kind of a. I don't want to throw. Please don't let me slow you down. But like, did they take the money and say buy crack? Did they buy crack with it? Lots and lots and lots of crack and no milk. Like, was this money that the Chinese government had intended to buy all the milk in America so children couldn't have cereal in the morning and they would die? And instead of doing that, they gave it to Hunter Biden. He went down the street and bought $1 billion crack rock and smoked it and died.
And no one but nobody
Nobody
raised the issue of this imperils our national security if the vice president is compromised like this.
Yeah, how is he compromised? Yeah, tell us how he's compromised. Tell us where the money went, how it came out of the country, what it was invested in, how his son is in debt to other people without it. So if he doesn't invest this money, like say Jared Kushner, just hypothetically, had a loan due on 666 Fifth Avenue, and if he didn't pay it back, he would lose his entire company. And say the Chinese bailed him out by investing in the property and giving him a finder's fee for their involvement in the property that loses money all the time, but still like that kind of thing. Or
who can ever separate then, since Joe failed miserably in negotiating with China on everything. And Joe made ridiculously stupid statements like China is no threat and China are good.
Yeah, China isn't a threat to us the way Russia is. Absolutely.
Folks.
Trade issue largely.
And China.
Russia means us ill. China is just self-involved.
Not a competitor. He's the only man in the world that would say something like that.
He didn't say China's not a competitor.
Is that because Joe Biden has been the dumbest guy in class from the day he went to school, Senate, whatever, plagiarized in law school, plagiarized as a senator? Is it because of that?
Probably.
Or is it because
wait, was he a lawyer in high school? Throw those together. I mean, that's a lot of things together. So he's plagiarizing the fact that he was a lawyer while he was in high school and from another lawyer who was in high school. Why are there adult lawyers in this high school? Who's getting sued?
He was bought.
Oh, that's easy.
I mean,
yeah.
Seems pretty logical.
Yeah. Seems, yeah, to me. I mean, think about it, Rudy. Just give it, you know what I mean? Don't answer immediately. Think.
Seems pretty logical that this is a bribery case.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. All right. Well, you had to get something out of your system.
Now, if it stood by itself, I guess, well.
Yeah. I mean, by itself, it's not a bribery case because there's no bribery. But I mean, put it together with the other stuff.
But then when Joe goes out of office, China wants to keep their hold on the Bidens. And
oh, the hooks are in. Okay.
Then they start a lot of business deals with them. And the business deal they do is a business deal for which I will show you some documents that are on the
show us. Do it, Rudy. I mean, I've been joking up to this point, and I'm messing around. But Rudy's going to show us some documents right now. They're going to put this whole thing to bed, and it's going to shut me up. It's going to shut you up. Understand, once you see this, you're going to shut your mouth.
Hard drive.
Okay. This was on the hard drive.
They negotiate a deal.
All right.
The deal is going to involve CEFC.
CEFC, okay. The Chinese Evil Federation of Chinese, right? They're a terrible organization. They have a volcano lair. They have, this is a terrible organization, the CEFC, okay?
A very, very long.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my underground lair.
Large energy company in China, very close to the Chinese Communist government. Eventually,
like they're in Beijing, you mean?
Owned by the Chinese Communist.
Oh, you mean like all businesses in China?
Government.
Okay.
And also considered somewhat.
You do realize it's a communist country, right? All right.
To be a front for intelligence activities, and
which is nothing anyone could ever accuse you of being. I mean, honestly, there is no one in their right mind that could accuse Rudy Giuliani of being a front for intelligent activities. I'm just saying.
You're their boss, the chief. They refer to him as the chief.
The chief, yes. Make big feathered dome. Lightning come from mountain. Live in earth. Rule. Drive the white man out of the... Call him the chief.
The boss.
They call him the boss. I'm sorry. Was he born in the USA then? Are they Chinese at this point or whatever? Are they probably just born to run so they could be anywhere?
Xi Jinping.
How do you pronounce his name? Run that by me again, champ. What'd you say there?
The chief, they refer to him as the chief here, the boss.
Chief, the boss, the big cheese, the big, yeah, the head honcho, the man.
Is Xi Jinping.
Xi Jinping? Okay.
Very well placed in the Chinese Communist Party and well
Yeah, he's got a nice seat. Can't see up his skirt. What are you talking about?
known for intelligence gathering intelligence.
He's known for gathering intelligence, which would make him immediately suspect to someone like yourself who has never gathered intelligence in your life in any form.
Intelligence, coming up with sources, coming up with people to compromise.
All right, just come up with people to compromise. 是有一个人可以 compromise 吗？不知道，我追的就是这个人可以，他叫 Hunter Biden， 他的爸爸是很大的美国人，很有意思。他做什么不知道，他炒 crack， 炒饭，在英文叫 masturbate， 可是我们不知道，我可以manipulate， 对 ，manipulate， 不是，他有一个电脑，一个手机电脑，不是一个一点点的是一个 laptop， 有很多的 email 可以用，真的吗？真的，很有意思，你很聪明啊，真的吗？是啊，谢谢，不客气，去你的，这么。
So here's
Sorry, yeah, that's a lot of real Chinese for you. How you like that, Mandarin?
what we have. We have a negotiation going on.
I just realized you guys don't have any idea what I'm talking about while I'm doing that. This is basically two guys going, how are we going to get this guy to where we can manipulate him? Well, he's got a laptop. We can use that.
For a joint venture.
Joint venture. You mean a crack venture?
Here are the negotiation notes.
Okay, you got them?
Joint venture is going to involve Hunter Biden.
Okay, cool. That's on the paper then. You don't have to show it to me. I'll take your word for it.
James Biden.
Biden. Jimmy. Just call him Jimmy.
James Biden's wife.
James Biden's wife. Does it say James Biden's wife on there?
Possibly other members of the Biden family.
That's okay. So these are the negotiation notes. It will involve Hunter Biden. Were these translated from Chinese? Was it James Biden de Tai Tai? Is that written there? His wife, James Biden's wife? Epstein's mother? Is that in there?
Gong Wendong.
Oh, nice, artist. 好啊，你会说中文吗？我可以。
Member of Chinese Communist Party, but American citizen.
Sure, yeah, which is the worst.
Gong Wendong.
That he mispronounced that. It's Godwin Dung, and that's a bunch of shit that when you break Godwin's law on the internet. That's not a name. He just is mistaking it because he doesn't.
Member of Chinese Communist Party, but American citizen.
Yeah, because you're both.
Stanley Ho, very close to Jinping, his man
it's his favorite hoe.
In America. Now, however, convicted federal felon. Devin Arthur, another convicted federal felon. Mm-hmm. And of course, Jinping, who is going to supply all the money.
But I want to know more about James Biden's wife.
Here's a bunch of notes that describe all of the negotiations.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, from the camera, we can't actually see any detail, and it looks like you're flipping a bunch of blank pages like a crazy man. But I'm sure that's not true.
But the ultimate deal that apparently
it's not. I mean, honestly, who in this day and age has the technology available to put documents on a screen?
is reached is $30 million a year is going to be paid to them.
Cha-ching! Just to what? Just have a meeting? What's he doing with his mouth? God help us.
I'm sorry, $10 million a year for.
Oh, okay. Beg your pardon. Wait, run it back. So it wasn't $30 million. So it's kind of an important detail. $30 million a year
to them.
Okay.
A year is going to be paid to them. I'm sorry, $10 million a year for 3 years for a total of $30 million.
Oh, bullshit then. No way. No. And when it was $30 million a year, I was with you. But $10 million a year for 3 years, this is bullshit.
When the $10 million is recovered by Jinming in the deals, then everybody shares 50-50 partners.
Okay. I gotta say, this deal is looking, it just doesn't look strong, Rudy. I'm gonna need to talk to my people. I have to get my agent on the line. But I gotta, originally this deal was $30 million a year. Then you tell me it's $10 million a year. And then you tell me that when the investor gets their $10 million back, we all split the profits and everybody gets a piece, an equal piece, including James's wife, whoever the shit she is. We're splitting this crap 5 ways on a $10 million investment. What the hell? I could flip houses and make more money than this. And it doesn't involve me incriminating myself in an international money laundering scheme. I don't even understand.
And we have a breakdown of the.
Oh wait, you're not going to show me the notes? I mean, you have them. They're right there. Can you just, maybe the camera guy could film them? It's just I don't want to pressure you. I'm not trying to pressure you. But you have them right there, and you could just maybe, I don't know if somebody has a mimeograph machine in the building, and you could just run off a copy, and someone could, see how they've managed to put your name and this ridiculous, what passes for a title, and your pentagram, your witchcraft symbol up here, and your New York over there, so people don't think you're in Miami or someplace that you're not. So they know which glory hole to go to. Somebody in your office could, well, no, I take it back. They absolutely could not. That was, I'm just being silly. I'm being ridiculous. That's not true, because if they could do that, they would have made the picture that you held up initially fit on the page. I'm sorry.
Partners? And
I did say Monday laundering.
Breakdown of the partners, which will be on
Monday laundering.
Another email shows this very
This is good.
Interesting 10% held by H for the big guy.
The big guy wouldn't be the actual head of Rosemont Seneca, would it? Or the actual investor, would it?
If there's any doubt who the big guy is, well, then
yes, there's some doubt who the big guy is. It's not that I doubt that it's absolutely got to be Joe Biden, because it's not like dude is broke. He owes money all over the world. The Russians are going to come for him.
Just turn to the other email, which shows that Hunter Biden, when he was setting up the office for this company, which got started and they were paid money, he asked for a key for Joe Biden and Jill Biden.
What? They had a key to the building? Oh my God. That's it. That's it. Really. That's, they had a key to the office. He has to be the big guy getting 10%. It couldn't possibly be his boss or the investor themselves or somebody else who had an investment in that process. It couldn't possibly be. He gave and it's probably Jill Biden. I mean, at this point, don't we all, let's be honest. Jill's pulling the strings because Biden's shot. So it's the person pulling the strings. It's clearly, did you see Jill Biden pulling back away from the reporters when they weren't wearing masks? Clearly, Jill Biden is the big guy.
Now, what the heck are they doing there if they have nothing to do with it?
He watches the dog sometimes and they drop him off. My mom has a key to my house. And the studio's down here. What is my mom doing? I mean, here I am getting stars on Facebook. What am I doing if not laundering them back to buy my mother Christmas gifts? Obviously. I've never felt so guilty in my life. Look at that. Look, that is the face of a man who knows what's up.
Huh? And Joe didn't know.
Huh? Huh? Yeah. Huh? Look at this. That is, I mean, this is, this is like the end of Columbo we're watching here, folks. This is not.
Have nothing to do with it. Huh? And Joe didn't know anything about his son's farm business. And he's co-located in an office in which his son partner is the Chinese government.
Chinese, dude. Do you realize when you let Chinese people in the country, I mean, next thing you know, people are going to be studying Kung Fu and hanging out with Chinese people and treating them like human beings and speaking Chinese and traveling to China and Taiwan and other countries in Asia. What a disgusting turn of events, this thing. And then next thing you know, people will be building schools in Africa and getting kids desks. It's filth.
The communist Chinese government?
Does the communist Chinese government have a key to the office too?
We want a president whose family is owned by the Chinese communist government?
They're not owned. I think you could, if you're using your logic, Biden and Jill, who's clearly the big guy, they own the Chinese government because they have a key to the Chinese government's office. I mean, who has that kind of power? Here they got, I don't think they'd want that. Do you?
Who never disclosed it to us when he was negotiating in the past?
Because negotiated what was he supposed to disclose, that he had a key to his son's office?
I don't think so.
What was that? That had a picture. I saw something there. Hold that up.
I do not think so.
You do not think so. What's the
and
topic?
Then, if you want to know how the money was distributed,
boy, do I.
There's a very, very interesting summary text.
Okay.
That explains, and for me as a prosecutor, this is gold.
Is it? This is magic. You don't need any more. This is the smoking gun. This is gold. This is a smoking golden gun. This is the man with the golden gun. This is a Bond episode, and he's Odd Jobs, I guess.
Because I had a suspicion how this was done.
Yeah.
Because
and you were right.
Heard that Hunter paid for his half-sister's entire college education. And
what? Hunter paid for his half-sister's entire college education. What? Who does that?
Doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense. It's your half-sister. If it was your second cousin, you marry her, but you don't pay for your half-sister's.
Usually the father and mother pay, and
sure,
the son's a drug addict in and out of rehab, never really held a job. But of course, all this money for Joe was coming to the son, right?
No, apparently not. It was for his half-sister.
So I went back and I read Schweiker's book, and I saw the Chinese method of corruption.
Okay,
Give
us what? Give us an education, and we'll take your half-sister.
Kids, the brothers, the sisters. They take care of all the family expenses, and they kick a little back to the boss, as much as he needs.
So when did you first send your daughter to China to try and do this? Did it work?
But it doesn't show. And that's why Joe and Jill have these beautiful homes, and no one can figure out how they pay for them.
Why do people keep dropping shit in the background, Rudy? What is happening? Every time you're trying to say something, some asshole, the dog is knocking over.
Joe and Jill.
What's this?
as much as he needs, but it doesn't show. And that's why Joe and Jill and have these beautiful homes and no one can figure out how they paid for it.
Are they just shooting people in the basement? Like, is he upstairs? He's just upstairs filming this piece of shit, and they're just assassinating people in the basement. Like, they just killed, what's his name? Like, Corey Lewandowski's Booker is just being drowned and then shot. It's a cigar drop delivery. They just dropped a wood box.
Well, I'm going to explain to you how you paid.
Okay.
This is a text.
Okay, it's a
which
text.
I'm sure.
That's a big friggin' text. But you blew it up, large type, so you can show it to us, unlike the notes in the document you just told us about that say stuff about James's wife, which I can't quite figure out. But I just trust you on this. Okay.
He wishes he hadn't written. It was
big text messages. He wishes hadn't written. Wish I hadn't done it. Here they are. They're in Rudy Giuliani's hands.
The first of, it was the 3rd of
Who is shooting people in your basement, Rudy?
January.
Is that the knock before they stick their penis through the glory hole? Are you missing an appointment? I mean, I appreciate you blowing it off to hang out with us. Isn't the knock for something else? I don't know glory hole etiquette. We'll have to ask one of Pence's gospel singers.
19, so fairly recently.
Okay.
And this summarizes 30 years of practice.
Doesn't it?
And this is to his daughter.
Okay.
And he's obviously
Joe is texting to his daughter, or Hunter has a daughter we don't know about?
in a bad mood.
Who's in a bad mood? Okay.
I love all of you, says Hunter, but I don't.
I love all of you, but.
I love all of you, says Hunter, but I don't receive any respect, and that's fine, I guess. Works for you, apparently. I hope you all can do what I did and pay for everything for this entire family for 30 years. Pay for everything for this entire family for 30 years. A guy who over that 30 years has been a consistent crack addict.
By the way, nobody listening to this think that one of the best ways you can provide for your family is to become a crack addict. I don't think Rudy in any way is suggesting that, yeah, thanks, Brett. Yeah, at no point is he suggesting that you should look into a career in being a crack addict to, yeah.
Money wasn't for him. The reason he was paying for it was the money was for his father.
Oh, so he's paying for the daughter's education or the half-sister's education because Biden would have to pay for it, and he doesn't have any money because he's not corrupt enough, so his son has to do all the corruption, so they have some money so she can go to school. Where'd she go to school? Please tell me it was Russia, and she studied ballet with Maria Barderima, Catalina Vazzarina, Cappuccino, and Havana, and doing a show for you. Please tell me.
To use his father's influence to sell his father's office. Then he goes on. It's really hard.
Mm-hmm.
But don't worry, he says to his daughter. Unlike Pop, that's one of his names for Joseph Biden Jr., also sometimes Jr. But don't worry, unlike Pop, I won't make you give me half your salary. That's the RICO scheme.
That's it right there. I mean, look at that. That is legit. Blue, printed out on paper, no metadata. But I mean, nobody could Photoshop something like that. Certainly nobody in Rudy's office who would have to have gotten it from somebody else. 50% of your salary. So let me go out on a limb and go, that's fake. But let's say let's just play ball. So that's real. That's something that Hunter Biden, fear not, can't stop lying. Think about this. So Hunter Biden has to give half of his money to his dad for some reason, which we don't see it show up anywhere. not in property, not in vehicles, not in material wealth, not in investments, not in bank accounts. But let's just say he gives it to him. Because they're holding it for him because they're worried that his addiction will make him spend all of his money? Because that's where I would go. You have an addicted son, and you and your wife sit down and go, he's addicted to crack, and we're worried that he won't have anything. Give us half your we're going to arrange that we have power of attorney, so half your salary will go to us, and we will shepherd it for you, and we will put it away, and it will be held for you in a trust while you get cleaned up. I would go with that.
From day one, you could substitute James. You could substitute the sister-in-law.
James's wife.
You can substitute anybody you want.
Barron Trump? No.
Unlike Pop, I won't make you give me half your salary for 30 years.
Half your salary since he was 10? Oh, yeah. How old is Hunter Biden?
What else do we need? We got a confession from Joe Biden that goes way back that he demanded a quid pro quo. We have him lying about the fact that his son was
lying.
Under investigation.
Yeah, just close this paper. We're not going to need to look at those. I mean, I can see all the detail I need to see.
We've got this family, and by the way, there are 5 more deals with China that are going to come out.
Okay, cool.
We've got them completely entangled with the Chinese government.
Sure.
The Chinese government
the feds have had this for a year. They know.
All the photos
that you've handed it over. Just take a lap.
Are on that hard drive.
Hunter's 50. So since he was 20 years old, he's been giving his parents half of his salary.
And a lot more.
Has he had a lot of
and
salary since? Wasn't he in the military?
You see them, if you ever have to really see them. I hope not. But if you see them, you'll see right away how they compromise the entire family and how they could be used to extort any president. Remember when the Democrats made a big deal of, the Russians have a file on Trump and they're going to use the file on Trump. They don't.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. I mean, what other reason would you not bring up Russian bounties? What other reason would you not pressure Putin? Why would you have translators removed or make no notes? Or why would you call him 7 times in 6 weeks when we have no particular business with Russia? Why would you insist on them being added to the G7 and become the G8 again?
The Chinese have a file on Biden.
The Chinese have a file on everybody.
You're going to see a lot of the file if you look at these pictures.
Oh, so you got this from the Chinese. Okay, good. Good to know. Thanks.
And text messages.
Okay, so the Chinese gave you some text messages and a file on Hunter Biden or on Joe Biden. They gave you their file, the file they made up, or the file they want you to have because they want compromise on you.
And it is damn intimidating.
Is it? It's what?
And it is damn intimidating.
Okay, good.
It's the stuff of extortion. For a guy who's been lying and leading 2 lives, I guess from the day he plagiarized in law school. And I don't know, I was surprised originally at just how crooked the Biden family is.
Can you not lean over?
But let me just, in conclusion, make one general comment.
Okay, just one general comment. I mean, we don't need any more evidence. I mean, you've been through it. We looked at the thing, saw the pages that you flipped through with your hand. We saw 3 blue bubbles. I mean, honestly.
I guess when you cheat in law school.
Yes, I think he meant incriminating, but yeah.
You plagiarize to get through law school because you're the dumbest guy in the class. And you were left back in the 3rd grade.
Why was he left back in the 3rd grade? Because he had a stutter and they didn't know how to deal with it at the time? Kind of a long time ago. A little different from how we handle special ed these days, for example, or kids with speech problems.
I guess it does show a defective character, right?
Yeah, 3 year. I mean, honestly, from the 3rd grade. I mean, clearly, some kids you just got to throw off a boat, right, Rudy? I mean, that's what we're really talking about.
So his law school classmate introduced me to him and said, Joe's a nice guy.
Introduced you to Joe?
Actually, not true, it turns out.
So that guy you talked to was a liar?
But Joe's a nice guy, but he's the dumbest guy you're ever going to meet. And he cheated.
So he lied to you about that, about him being nice. So he's not. So he's also lying to you about him being dumb, or he's telling you the truth about him being dumb. So he's lying to you about him being. I'm confused.
His entire way through law school. Told me about the plagiarism. Told me he used to cheat on exams.
Sure. Well, and that's all you need is a Trump-supporting former law student who thinks he's a nice guy, but is lying about that, but thinks he was the dumbest guy in the class and tells you he's cheating. So that's enough.
All of a sudden, he's running for president in 87, 88, and he plagiarizes Neil Kinnock's speech and Neil Kinnock's life.
Mm-hmm. And he bowed out and apologized and learned a lesson, which is weird because it's almost the exact opposite of your life.
And he has to drop out for that.
Yeah, he did.
I start reading about these little meaning hundreds of thousands. That
lock them all up. Happened to me, wouldn't pass me because I stuttered in 3rd grade too. Yeah. But I mean, you have to understand, lock them all up. This is, from Rudy's point of view, it wasn't that you stuttered that was why you were held back. It's because you had a baseline character flaw.
James Biden is doing, and then the
Enough
big
about
deal
James
with
Biden. What's his wife up to? All I hear is James Biden's wife. Who's this murky character?
bank where the son has a no-show job. And I start to think maybe Joe didn't get
You start to tink, do you?
over that plagiarism from college. Maybe it is a character flaw.
Maybe, yeah.
It did express itself when he ran for the Senate, and
Yeah.
but I never thought he was this big a thief.
No.
And I never thought he would sell out America the way he did.
Terrible.
He's made us a laughing stock in Ukraine. When we
Oh, that's terrible. That's a crime in and of itself. The Ukrainians are laughing at us, not because of Donald Trump, but because of Joe Biden.
talk about corruption
Stopping
in
the
Ukraine,
actual
they
corruption.
talk about Joe Biden.
Sure.
And we got to be a joke in China if they have the files that I have. And boy,
Yeah, they might. I mean, they didn't make them. The Russians made them, but I'm sure they passed them around.
why are they working so hard to get him elected? Because they have him by you know what.
What? They have them by what? Feet? No. Short and curlies? Probably something like that.
This man is unfit to be president of the United States.
Okay, all right. So we're just jumping to that then. All right. So it's not that he's a crook, it's that he's unfit. So, please.
This man is unfit to be president of the United States.
Uh-oh.
He's too crooked.
Too crooked.
He has no
A master criminal.
concern for the national security of the United States, or he wouldn't have had his
No, he's got wanton disregard for the security of the country.
drug addict son
Yeah.
involved with all these crooked foreign businessmen. He's a thief, a liar, and
I mean, he can't be very good at it.
you got to see he's demented.
So he's a demented, vile thief who is a master criminal, but doesn't know what time it is.
Got to see he's suffering from dementia. He can't do the Pledge of Allegiance.
It was the preamble to the Constitution that you're talking about, and it was in the teleprompter, and they jumped ahead, and he wanted to jump to that piece because he was going on muscle memory and doing his speech from before, and they had another section, so he goes, "You know the thing," and then he goes into the other piece. That's just for the record, that's not the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance is a different set of words entirely. Which, by the way, Donald Trump doesn't know the Pledge of Allegiance.
This is a cynical thing the Democrat Party is doing.
Terrible. And it's worse. We're really, you're
Probably
right.
the worst thing the Democrat Party's ever done to this country, except maybe, to secede.
To secede. Oh, so slavery, because Democrats were the slave I see. Right. Okay. Yeah, because that's still true.
It's got to be straightened out.
Yeah, it's got to be straightened out. We need somebody else to step in. Somebody else has got to run the last minute.
Democratic Party has become rotten to the core at the top.
Rotten to the core at the top. Core's in the middle. Stem's at the top. Are we talking about the same apple?
I mean, there aren't wonderful Democrats in this country as good as Republicans, maybe some better.
Maybe. I like to think so.
But they're being poorly served. There's an answer to this.
Oh, thank goodness. There's an answer. And apparently it's this man, this guy, who looks slightly like if RoboCop washed up on a beach after just floating for a month. I know this is a dick move, but hang out. I'm not. Give me a second. I have to wait till the pictures come up. Hold on. You know, like if you just washed up on a beach. You know what I mean? Just swollen, just found somewhere. Hold on. Yeah, I got to find the... Those are the best looking pictures of them. This is close. There you go. Saying. All right.
The answer is vote him out of office.
Oh, vote him out of office. That's true. Yes, vote him out. Wait a second. Biden's not in office. He hasn't held office for almost 4 years. He was in the last administration, but doesn't hold a
big time.
Oh, big time. Yeah, this is pretty much what we've been watching all night. There it is. Yeah.
Let's elect Trump.
Yeah, let's vote Biden out of office finally.
Huge numbers. Let's elect a Republican House and Senate.
No.
And you know what the Democrat Party will do? It'll
go
back and reform. That's what happens.
Teach us a valuable lesson. Rudy's really doing this whole thing not out of self-interest, not out of a wanton disregard for reality and the judicial process, not because he's a drunk who's easily influenced by Russian oligarchs tossing hookers and booze at him at all hours. It's not for the free trips and the smoke blowing up his ass from fresh cigars through a glory hole. No, he's doing it for the Democrats. This is really a gift. This should be called Rudy Giuliani's helping the Democrats. That's what he wants to do.
When the public speaks. It's happened to Republicans, it's happened to Democrats.
That's true. After the Republicans lost, they learned their lesson, and they really shaped up, and they became a classier, more important party that really values human life.
It's the only way we're going to clean out these crooks.
Yeah, it's the only way.
And I was told by a very reliable Ukrainian, if you
okay, as opposed to the other kind that you've been talking to?
Open the door on this. There are going to be a lot of Democratic heads that roll in Washington. This corruption was not confined within the Obama administration to the Biden family.
No? It was just Ukraine really has America by the balls.
There are other families that are equally corrupt.
Oh, yeah. Other families that are equally as corrupt? Really? But you started off telling us the Bidens are the most corrupt family you've ever seen.
You know about the Clintons.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. The Clintons, sure.
You 3 or 4 more. And that's why they fought so hard.
Please do. Wait, three or 4 more? You mean there's the Clintons and the Bidens, and there's 3 other big families that
are... And that's why they fought so hard to impeach Trump on false charges to get the focus off them. Goes back to the Brennan memo.
I see. Oh, okay, hold on one second. Let's see. Brennan memo. I know I'm dragging this out, guys, but Brennan memo. Let's see what this Brennan memo stuff is about. DNI declassifies Brennan notes, CIA memo. There you go. Fox News. DNI declassifies Brennan notes, CIA memo on Clinton stirring up scandal between Trump and Russia. Source said Brennan's handwritten notes were taken after a briefing of Obama on the matter. Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe, who's a completely trustworthy fellow, on Tuesday declassified documents that reveal former CIA Director John Brennan briefed former President Obama on Hillary Clinton's purported plan to tie then-candidate Donald Trump to Russia as a means of distracting the public from her use of a private email server ahead of the 2016 presidential election. Fox News has learned Ratcliffe declassified Brennan's handwritten notes, which were taken after he briefed Obama on the intelligence CIA memo, which revealed that officials referred to the matter the FBI for potential investigation. The FBI, Today, at the direction of President Trump, I declassified additional documents. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Source familiar with the documents. Okay, is this it? Do we see it? Oh, this looks, yeah. Yeah, no, I see what you mean here. I mean, it's here. Site alleged approved by Hillary Clinton, a proposal from one of her orders to kind of validity. Okay, Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by the Russian security services. Any declassification comes. Okay. I mean, I think that's pretty clear, guys. I mean, what else do you need to know? That's with that memo, you've got all the information you need, especially those of you that can read black blocks. I'm sure those are complete thoughts and ideas, and show all the details that you would need. That, you know, none of this would be exculpatory in any way or reshape what was said. I mean, that's impossible. And I, of course, trust that Ratcliffe would declassify all the relevant parts and only leave open parts that are unambiguously show what the crime was. This, I mean, what more could you want? I mean, but I will say Biden has said you have to, Trump has said you got to release all this stuff. So, I mean, I don't know which part go anywhere much. But yeah, so that's the Brennan memo, which I mean, I think pretty much, yeah, there it is, the whole thing. Get out of here. Don't want Fox News headlines. Go away. And don't want wedding pictures that went viral because women were wearing something feeling. No. Yeah, no, I'm going to guess this is is what I would like to call selective redaction. This doesn't paint a picture that may not be there at all, does it? Okay, so I'm sure Rudy would be proud to hold up a document that looked just like that.
She's going to invent a criminal charge against Trump to hide and take emphasis off the crime she actually committed. That's their modus operandi. That's the reason to vote him out of office big time. And when this gets fully investigated, this will arguably be the biggest scandal in the history of this country. So, only involving the most amount of money. Ukraine, China, Iraq, Russia, Romania,
Guinea, romaine lettuce,
Kazakhstan,
Kyrgyzstan, Italy, France. Are we just going to name the most we can? Scotland, England, Ireland, Canada, Iceland, Greenland, just to throw this all together. Chad.
I haven't even analyzed some of the other countries here.
Yeah, why would you? I mean, you've only had it for a year.
But money involved in all of them, money going to the Biden family, kick back to Joe on that, pay for the expenses, and 50.
Okay, Rudy looks like he's nodding off. This has only been a half an hour, but
50.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. And
you're welcome.
This was not pleasant to lay.
No, it was not. Not in the slightest. It was rather disturbing. But I mean, you gotta knock at the glory hole, and you gotta answer that. You can't, if you don't answer them, they'll stop coming around. So,
out, but I
enjoy scarfing with your weird red cloth, and maybe read the book just over your right shoulder. That dude seemed to know, like he had a little on the ball when he wrote it.
I believe this country is in grave jeopardy.
Yeah, it is currently.
This election could really do tremendous damage to
That's true.
the America we know. So please vote and make sure you deliver a message to a political party that has lost its way.
The Republicans?
And can be straightened out.
No,
but only by
so not the Republicans. Okay.
verdict from the electorate. Thank you very much.
Well, that was fun. Good graphics package. I don't know why they didn't run it at the beginning or in some sort of thing. But anyways, thanks for hanging around, guys. I was not intending to go through that whole thing, but it was too much fun. So I'm going to go back to work, and I keep shooting and working tonight. So, oh my God, I've been sitting here for a long time. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Yeah, it's very creepy. I will see you guys tomorrow at our regular time. I'm not going to make these as long. I might have a day off on Wednesday because I'm shooting this week if nothing insane happens, which it probably will. So, every time I say that, I'm going longer or whatever. Anyways, adore you guys. Appreciate it. Cheers and be well, and I will see you later. Take care. All right, have a great night. Wait, it's the wrong one. I don't want to hit the start one. I'll end up running the whole evening. And thanks for all the help and support, guys. It was really great. Thanks for the stars. Thanks for all the bits and the subscriptions. Thank you for subscribing to the show. Greatly appreciate it. You guys are wonderful. See you later. I'm going to do a raid, but you don't have to stick around for it. We'll see if anybody's out and about. No. Oh, wait. Yes, Jason Charles Miller. We're going to raid Jason. Go listen to some music. Have it on the background. There we go.
Free health care for illegal, look. Illegal, look. Euromisia, illegal, look. Free health care for illegal, look. Illegal, look. To me, Corona means Italy. Purivicia. When they gaze upon Yosemite